Welcome back to the international webinar on India, the global destination for higher education post-NEP 2020 scenario. Taking the cue from the enriching panel yesterday, we shall move forward for today's session. Our first session of today and third session of the webinar is Global Alliances and Gaps, Bridging Them. The session will be coordinated by Shri Ron Gupta. Shri Ron Gupta is the president of Gupta Associates Inc. and is an architectural consultant. He has over 30 years of successful experience in the project development, management, vendor selection, budgeting, contract negotiation, design, and construction of various global financial services, mission-critical, high-technology, residential, and workplace projects. He is a distinguished alumnus of IIT Kharagpur. He did B.Tech in architecture in 1970 and won the silver medal for standing second in the entire institute. He has founded Singh Associates Inc. in Miami in 1982, then founded Sigma 7 Design Group in New York in 2003. He is the president of IIT KGP Foundation USA. He is also the board member of PanIIT Alumni USA. Now I welcome the session coordinator, Shri Ron Gupta, and I request him to begin the session. Sir.
Thank you. Good morning in India. Good evening in the United States, and welcome you all. The session today is on global alliances and are there any gaps and how can we close those? Today, to discuss this topic, we have a fantastic panel of 4 first-class, top-class people with academic experience and IIT connection. The moderator for the event is Dr. Geeta Mehta. Geeta is a professor of architecture at Columbia University in New York. She has worked on numerous urban projects worldwide. She was recognized as one of the 21 leaders of the 21st century by Women's E-News in 2015. She is very passionate about nonprofit work. She founded Asia Initiatives with a mission to empower underserved communities. She also serves on New York City Mayor's Advisory Board and also on a board at the University of Tokyo. Geeta, along with her Columbia students, worked collaboratively with Ranbir and Chitra Gupta School of Infrastructure at IIT KGP with me on 2 projects. One was in Sundarbans and second one was in Varanasi. So Geeta, I'll come back to you in a minute. Let me introduce Professor Pradeep Khosla, KGPN. He is the 8th Chancellor of the University of California in San Diego. He recently launched an ambitious and a bold $2 billion endeavor aimed at transforming the university, not just physically, but also intellectually. He leads a campus with more than 35 students. He's a frequent speaker at leadership forums such as the World Economic Forum. Pradeep received his bachelor's degree from IIT KGP, my alma mater, and believe it or not, then his master's and PhD from Carnegie Mellon University, my second alma mater. So we have a lot in common. Pradeep, we'll get back to you in a minute. Our other speaker is Dr. Prabhat Hajela. Prabhat is the provost and professor of aerospace at RPI, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in the state of New York. Prabhat received his B.Tech from IIT Kanpur. He then earned a master's from Iowa State, and then another master's and a PhD from Stanford. He's held research assignments at NASA and US Air Force Laboratory. Prabhat serves on the PanIIT board with me. Prabhat, welcome. And we have Dr. Prith Banerjee, another KGPN. He's the Chief Technology Officer at ANSYS, responsible for developing the long-term technology strategy for this famous simulation company. He's had senior positions at ABB, Schneider Electric, and HP Labs. He was Dean of Engineering at University of Illinois and Northwestern. As I said, he received a B.Tech from IIT Kharagpur. In fact, he is a President's Gold Medalist from KGP. And then an MS and PhD from the University of Illinois. He's also a fellow board member of PanIIT USA, just like Prabhat. Brett, welcome. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and pleasure to turn the proceedings over to Dr. Geeta Mehta. Geeta?
Thank you so much, Ron, for the wonderful introductions to our very strong panel today. As you all know, the subject of our panel is global alliances, gaps, and bridging them. So I want to start by saying that education is the most powerful tool we can use to move our country forward in the world, as also enhance the well-being of all our people. So the objective today is to identify the opportunities that would make India a global hub of higher learning. We have a terrific panel with us to explore how India's top institutes of higher learning can attract more students, faculty, and researchers from around the world. We will discuss these possibilities in view of the very strong national education policy that has recently been passed. I will request each one of our panelists to make an opening statement before we go into discussion. After that, we will have time for questions from the audience. Please do feel free to send your questions by WhatsApp. I believe you have the numbers, and we will try to address as many as possible. With that, I would like to request our first panelist, Professor Pradeep Khosla, to please make his opening remarks. Pradeep, please.
India, and welcome to this panel. So the title of this panel is extremely appropriate. And before I get to the title, let me just say a big congratulations for developing the NEP. It's been one of the most visionary documents that I have seen. I've been working in the US since 1982, and I've been working with India, developing programs and developing universities since 1990, together with Raj Reddy. And many of the recommendations or many of the bureaucracy much of the bureaucracy that we were fighting then is now taken care of in this NEP report. I mean, it is really a very visionary report. And on top of that, the executive summary from the conclave that was held also is a very visionary document. So congratulations to everybody who participated. Now, so that's the exciting part. Now, let me just put out a little bit of caution now before we get too excited. So let's put this in the context of who we are. So we can go back to the 5th century, 6th century, 5th century BC, maybe 1st century AD, and talk about the great universities in India like Nalanda, for example. But those days were great, but those days are gone. Since the British have been in India, maybe a little bit before that, there's not been a great university in India for a very long time. And that was the whole reason why Pandit Nehru wanted to create the IITs, was basically a powerhouse of an educational institution to really build the educated class for India. So where are we right now? So today, India is the second largest exporter of foreign students to universities in other countries. the largest being US, second being Canada, third being Australia. Now here's a shocker. Can anybody guess what number 4 and 5 are? I doubt any of you can guess it. It is United Arab Emirates. It is the Middle East. Now imagine that Indian students going there for higher education, partly because a lot of American universities have built campuses there, but partly the UAE is also investing a lot of money there. So that is an important concept to remember. And you ask yourself, why do Indian students go abroad? They don't go abroad only for education. They go abroad for opportunities that go beyond education. For example, employment opportunities and even living in the country. Just like Ron came here, I came here, Prith came here, Prabhat came here, all of us from great IITs came here, right? So that's an important concept. So if you have to now, as this executive summary talks about, bring back this brain drain, you have to ask yourself, what is the opportunity that exists in India? So just mark that off, because creating that many jobs is not a non-trivial process. It requires a new way of thinking beyond just building universities. So that's one way to think about this. A different way to think about this is forget people going abroad. Even in India today, there's 100 million kids between the ages of 18 and 22 ready to go to university, and barely, I don't know, maybe 10% get into a university, and very few get into really top-notch places. So there's a large pent-up demand in India, which the existing infrastructure cannot satisfy. So the question to ask is, what does it mean to become a world-class hub for education? Is it only to keep Indians in India, bring foreigners to India, or to create more opportunities for Indians right now who don't have any opportunities? And I think these are very difficult questions that one has to tackle. So the difference between a great vision and a great outcome is great implementation. It is lack of bureaucracy. It is lack of a whole lot of secondary things that exist in India. And the question to ask is, what is the vision for removing that type of bureaucracy, so that between this vision and the implementation, there's a very smooth strategy out there, right? So what is missing is a vision for removing the bureaucracy. And I can tell you, in the last few years in the current government, I can tell you the PM has worked extremely hard. I can already see a lot of bureaucracy being dealt with, but still there's a lot more that needs to be dealt with. So with that said, I'm going to stop here, and I'm going to come back later with more ideas on what we should be doing and how to build alliances with foreign universities. Thank you, Geetaji. You're muted.
Opening statement.
You're muted.
Prabhat, are you muted?
Good. Can you hear me?
So we can hear you.
Okay, very good. Okay, so let me begin first by thanking the organizers of this event for inviting me to participate on this panel. I know, as I always do, that I will learn a great deal from my distinguished colleagues. I've already learned a few things. And I know, Geeta, that you will have specific questions for us this evening. So I thought I would use this time to take a slightly different tack, to come at it from a different perspective. And that is to build on my own personal journey as to how I got to where I am, and how I have learned to view this question that is before the panel from a slightly different perspective. So I had humble beginnings, born and brought up in Kanpur, family of two college professors, no, not at IIT Kanpur, but to college professors all the same. I then went to IIT Kanpur, and I benefited from what was arguably some of the finest education that India had to offer. It opened up avenues to pursue advanced studies and eventually to work at some of the finest institutions here in the United States. So having said that, I believe that I've had the good fortune to have experienced two different cultures, two different approaches. And I often get asked the question that, do I see differences between the two systems? Which is better? Can I put one ahead of the other? I think it's a difficult question to answer plainly, but the depth and thoroughness of an IIT education, I believe, built a strong foundation. Based on that, I could pursue other chosen endeavors. I would classify that is a world-class preparation, and India has nothing to feel shy about. I mean, we have outstanding institutions in the United States that trains talent at a level that they can go out and compete and be successful anywhere in the world. You've already heard from Pradeep about graduate education and research. And let me just say that the US represents actually the graduate education and research in the United States represents a completely different ballgame. It's the freedom to explore, to work with colleagues within academia, with the research labs, with industry. And it represents a complete unshackling that contributes to a more wholesome distribution and development of a researcher and scholar. I would say that I learned in my later experience that this was very much a continuation of what is done at the undergraduate level at some of the best colleges here in the United States. This is what brings me to the final point, which I want to make, and that is that we sometimes in positions where we are trying to decide what is the right education to pursue, we jump to the conclusion that education is a consumable commodity, that how efficiently can it be produced, how efficiently can it be delivered, at what scale. And there's a particular tendency to get into this as new technology has provided us tools to scale education, to deliver things more efficiently and remotely, and to give consumer a choice of what they want to consume at any given time. Now, I think there is a great deal of truth in such thinking, but we should not forget that at the undergraduate level at least, when you're looking at individuals ages 16 to 21, it represents a coming of age for these young adults. And a meaningful education at this level encompasses learned experiences that they find within a college environment. So this is in addition to the knowledge that they learn within the classroom itself. So that focus must be retained in education. And as India embarks on this journey to become a leading international destination for education, some of this thinking will be relevant. The post-pandemic world will undeniably open up completely new paradigms that educators will have to contend with. And I think India's education policy is being put into place at a time when we will be grappling with issues of the post-pandemic world, the post-pandemic normal. Whatever we do, I think it's important we don't lose sight of the fact that we are here to develop young minds so that they will have the intellectual agility to deal with the challenges of tomorrow. And some of the key points as India moves forward in developing its plans would be to evolve a curriculum in a way that forces students to think about the implications of their knowledge and the importance of pursuing new knowledge through research. So that's an important aspect that they want to keep in mind. It is to develop faculty talent by directing resources in a manner that the best graduates aspire for careers in academia. You should expose this talent to the best ideas that the world has to offer, but also give them the freedom to develop what works best for India. So in the context of India, Indian education is what one should be looking towards. And then I'll just echo something that Pradeep said, that I think it is important that we need to relieve the university system of a crippling effect of bureaucratic regulations. Give freedom to academics to create environments where risk-taking and creativity become part of the learned experience. So that's what I would like to offer as my opening remarks, and I'll be happy to answer questions as we get to that point.
Thank you so much, Prabhat. You have brought up many important points, as has Pradeep, and we will go back to them. But let me first ask Prith to please make his opening statement. Professor Prith Banerjee, please.
Thank you very much, Geeta. And again, very, very good morning to all of you in India and my colleagues. Good evening. So I will follow Prabhat's example to sort of use my personal journey to make a point. I have been fortunate, again, to get an outstanding education from IIT Kharagpur and then come to the US to do my master's and PhD at the University of Illinois. when I graduated, I had an opportunity to either go to industry and offers to join Bell Labs or IBM Research, or to some universities. I had an opportunities for several, but I chose to stay back at the University of Illinois. So the first 20 years I spent at Illinois, Northwestern, and University of Illinois, Chicago. And during those years, I learned what it is to do really long-term research and R&D, right? Working with my more than 30 graduate students, lots of publications and patents and so on. But what I found was I was doing all this R&D, but I was not having much of an impact to society. And that's where sort of the call to action came in my life when I was involved in two very small software startups, nothing at scale, but to take some of those research ideas from a university lab and raise money from VCs and build up a team and sell product, create products based on the research, selling the products, and ultimately was able to sell both the companies to other larger companies. But the point is, I learned firsthand what it is to be an entrepreneur, right? Taking ideas from a research setting and making some impact to society. And that journey of going from academia to the entrepreneurship thing is what literally changed my life. And the last about 12 years, I have been, as Ron mentioned, I've been fortunate to be in some larger companies, working as CTO at ABB and Schneider Electric, and now CTO at ANSYS. So why am I saying this? The reason is, as IITs and the education institutions produce students, they will not all be professors and chancellors like Pradeep or like Prabhat, right? Some of them will go into academia. And for that, you need to be motivated about graduate research and so on. But how many universities are there, right, for people to get, right? So it is a small, and it's meant for the really sort of the academic type of people, but that's a small number. And oftentimes when we talk about universities and so on, we focus on the graduate education research, which is important from rankings, but the core output of universities is the students. And where are the students going? They're mostly going to the corporate world, right? So to work for various companies. Now, when all my distinguished panelists and I went to colleges, we strove to work for the big companies, working for IBM, working for HP in the computer world and so on. At that time, people did not really think about doing startups or being entrepreneurs. The world has changed now. I mean, if you look at the graduates from Stanford today, they don't look to go to the large companies. They are always looking to go from the startups, right? As soon as they're in the second or third year, they're thinking entrepreneurship, right? So what I'm asking is, as part of the education system, can we prepare students for the new brave world? It's about entrepreneurship, startups, and so on. Don't restrict yourself to the academic world or joining a large company like TCS or Accenture and so on. So that's sort of point number one. Point number two that I would like to say is that the pandemic has completely transformed the world. Many industries have been talking about digital transformation using computers, online stuff, et cetera, right? Just look at Amazon, right? Amazon has accelerated online retail. I mean, people were doing online retail anyway, but because you cannot go to a store right now, you have to buy it online. And so online retail has accelerated because of COVID. Similarly, I personally think that the whole world of education will be greatly impacted permanently because of the pandemic. Let me tell you why. So when I went to IIT Kharagpur, I was fortunate to go to Kharagpur to have some amazing professors who taught me programming and semiconductors, and Professor N.B. Chakravarti and Sanjeev Desarkar and Jay Staff and so on. These were the best of the best of the best of professors, right? So I had to go to IIT to learn those lectures from those professors. I had to go to IIT to be in a lab to really understand those concepts in a physical lab. Now look at what has happened. There is online course content available. The best communication theory course, you may not need to go to Professor Jedas to take. Like maybe the best content is available from a professor at I don't know, Stony Brook or Place or Stanford or Cambridge or whatever. That best course, the first lecture, second lecture is available on Coursera or edX. So is it possible through cloud, through collaboration and so on, having the best content, the best teaching available online? Now you combine that with discussion sections at IITs and so on, right? So how do we learn to combine the online course content available with the discussion sections with the teaching assistants and professors at the IITs? And the labs can be transformed with the use of simulation. This is sort of the personal journey I'm at ANSYS. ANSYS does simulation. We take the physics around us, fluid physics, structural physics, electromagnetics, and convert all of it into simulation. So instead of using a wind tunnel to test whether an airplane will fly, build a virtual wind tunnel where you simulate the turbine, so the turbulence of wind flow over a wing, and if ANSYS Fluent says this wing is going to lift, it is going to fly. If we say it is going to stall, it is stalled. So my point is, can we create an environment where we can enable students around the world to all kinds of possibilities, right, with the use of simulation available on the cloud? So online classes with online simulation and labs available on the cloud, enabled with artificial intelligence and HPC, is in a big way going to disrupt education. And I want so the IITs to think of the opportunity now when an IBM or a HP recruits people. In the past, they recruited from RPI or from Columbia because they are right next to New York. Now they can recruit the very best talent anywhere in the world. So now for India to think about, here is an opportunity. I can create the best talent, and the best talent can work anywhere in the world. They don't have to work in India. They don't have to take a visa to go to US or to United Arab Emirates. This is the brave world. Globalization has flattened the world. The pandemic has forced us to work remotely. What is the challenge and what is the opportunity for India to leverage? Thank you.
Thank you. That's terrific. And I really am so excited to hear that we really have an opportunity here because of the pandemic, because of the technology, to really leapfrog, right? And begin to provide the kind of education of the new century, rather than, I think even so many universities in the United States are still stuck in the very traditional mode. So let me ask you all some questions. First of all, I'm just completely awed with all of you. You are so accomplished, and Indian education has taken you where you are. As well as, you look at the Fortune 100 companies and you see Microsoft, you see Alphabet, you see MasterCard, IBM, and they're all headed by people who got their education in India. So my question is, and it's a question also to Pradeep, who said that people are now going to UAE as a fourth destination. Why are they not coming to India? So the question is, why is India not on the radar, right? What is it that we need to do to build India's brand equity in education? How can we leverage you all here and all these, top CEOs of Fortune 100 companies? What is the thing? What is it missing? So can each one of you comment on that? Who would like to start first? Pradeep, you brought it up, so why don't you start?
I think there are two things. Actually, many things are missing, but let's just focus on two things. One is a world-class university or a set of world-class universities in India. There is not a single place in India that would rank in even top 100, top 200, top 300 of world-class universities. And I think without that, given how brand sensitive, especially Asians are, to not have that, there's no way you'd be able to attract foreign talent, forget even local talent. So that's number one. Secondly, I think if you look at the Indian economy, done extremely well, have become entrepreneurs, right? So there's a whole lot of spirit out there. But in spite of that, the economy is not open to building a large middle class. there is a lack of opportunity for most people who graduate from Indian universities. So I think we need to fix that creation of that opportunity. And this is where I'd go back to what Prith said and what Prabhat said. We need to build an education system that is also a driver of economic development. We cannot just build an education system that churns out degree holders. We want to build an education system that drives economic development in parallel. And that means looking at the IP policy. That means looking at who owns the IP, how is research funded, and a whole lot of other complex interactions, right? So that's where we have to be. You're muted.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Let me add to the question that you asked. So your question was, clearly the IIT education has produced, not just IITs, the Indian education has produced, as you said, Sundar Pichai, Arvind Krishna, the CEOs of these top companies and so on. So, and it is well known that at least in the US, the brand of Indian education IITs is very strong. I mean, I live in Silicon Valley, and in Silicon Valley, the brand of IIT is extremely high, right? There's so many fantastic entrepreneurs and top leaders that have come in, right? Again, Sundar is an example. So the point I'm trying to make is that I think that the brand already exists. How can you, again, I'm going to go back to the pandemic example to make another point, right? In the past, so I work for ANSYS. This year, in my city office, I recruited 10 interns. Now, we made the offer to the interns. I have an office in San Jose, so a couple of the students were from Stanford. We have an office in Pittsburgh, a couple of the students from Carnegie Mellon. We have an office in France, so few of the students were from Lyon, right? But during the pandemic, the students all came and did work remotely. They did not physically come here, right? So we were at ANSYS only recruiting from Stanford, Carnegie Mellon, and whatever, because that's where the universities, the offices were. But after the pandemic, I say, you know what? This is literally, I've shared this with my CEO. Why did we only limit to Stanford and Carnegie Mellon and so on? Next year, we are going to go all out because these students had done a phenomenal job in their internship, right? So next year, we should get the very best students from anywhere in the world, and that includes the IITs, right? So if the IITs can reach out to the Sundar Pichais and whatever, say, you know what, please next year, when you have the internship program, do this. And once you have the internship, that, as you know, right, the internship is just the beginning. Then you recruit. So essentially, all these wonderful students from the Indian university, not just the IITs, the 100 million that Pradeep talked about, right, will be able to have opportunities through internships in the global companies because I think of the pandemic, the global reset that has happened, and we should take advantage of it. And through that, enter the economy, but not just the larger companies. Try to join startups, try to form companies themselves. I am a big proponent of entrepreneurship. I think that's what Pradeep talked about. So let's rethink, let's think of it as an opportunity, not say, oh my God, what happened to the pandemic? The pandemic is an opportunity for India.
I completely agree with you. I think it's a great opportunity for us to leapfrog and really take the education in India to the world. Also, I think Pradeep mentioned that we have to also not just build a brand of Indian education, but also what happens after that education. Mm-hmm. So whether it is the ecosystem for startups or whether it is connections to the world-class companies around the world. So I think we have to really build on that. Prabhat, would you like to weigh in on that?
Sure. I mean, I think some of what I was going to say has already been said. I believe that the brand equity of an Indian education is already strong. Most professors at top institutions have at some stage in their careers interacted with students or colleagues who trained in India, and they hold their experience in high regard. I believe global companies know about the quality of Indian education, and many recruit talent from there directly. But in my thinking, this is not enough to build brand equity. Mm-hmm. For one, I think it's a select group of people who know about this. It is not a widely known or publicized fact among the general population. for many students who leave their shores to pursue degree objectives abroad, there is often more than just a goal of earning a degree. And I believe that Pradeep referred to this earlier on. They see this as a ticket to enter the local job market, or at least to begin their careers if they're not thinking of migrating to another country. Global companies could have a role in both hiring such graduates for the local market, with the possibility of either relocating them to their home countries if this were possible, or global companies with operations in India could recruit international students for internship placements in India. And while the pandemic will definitely disrupt things, will perhaps set up new paradigms for all of us to explore, I'm still a believer. I haven't quite shaken myself of the thought that there is something that is accomplished in face-to-face meeting and people getting together and interacting. So that will continue even in a post-pandemic period, albeit in a slightly different mode. I think as global companies recruit international students and place them in India with the possibility of coursework from selected universities that they partner with, this would shed the spotlight on those universities in a much broader segment of the population, and perhaps widen the aperture a little bit more for India becoming a professional destination.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think what I'm hearing from all of you is that yes, there is this knowledge that IITs are such great institutions, but it's not really broadly known. So that's one. And the second is the ecosystem needs to be created where people can see what will happen after they graduate. So should we be looking at, or I would like to hear from you about infrastructure. What do you see as the key infrastructure? What do you see as the key outreach methods that we need to be thinking about to progress this?
I think we've addressed that to some extent. So key infrastructure would be the existence of some handful at least of top class, top notch, world recognized universities distributed across the country. They cannot all be in one city or one state. They have to be distributed across the country. But that is going to be nearly impossible to create in the short term. So the other way to do that is what the government has done over the last couple of years, which is define these institutes of eminence, where they have given them a lot of leeway and freedom to build a university from scratch. And then they have taken IITs and other institutions and given them leeway to enhance their capability. And I think that's the most rational way to take existing institutions that have some basic standard and really pump resources in them and enhance their ability to start competing. Even if they're not ranked in top 100, they should be competing in the world market for research and for students.
So, Pradeep, are you saying that we shouldn't get hung up on the top 100, that we only want to attract the best students? Rather, we should be looking across the board?
So, look, I think getting hung up on top 100 would be a losing game. It would be the famous saying, which is, don't let excellence be the enemy of good enough. I think we need to focus, a country of our size, 1.4 billion people, even in the existing population out there, there are amazingly talented people. We never see that talent because they don't have the ability to polish and get educated. So we need to focus on really bringing them instead of focusing on bringing foreign exchange to India. In my mind, that will happen, but that cannot be the immediate focus. The immediate focus should be to create educate high quality people who will go and make a difference and make a name for themselves. So just one more point, which is if you look at IITs, when I left in 1982, even though the US universities knew about IITs, the US industry did not know much about IITs. It was only post 1990, somewhere around 2000, dot-com boom, that really all of these IITs started building companies and started creating an impact, right? So then that's where the brand recognition happened. That was the creation of TIE. This is TIE, the Indus Entrepreneur, which is actually also gave a lot of visibility to IITs. I think it's going to take a little while to build a brand, but let's not focus on building the brand. Let's focus on building creating, finding quality and educating quality.
I agree with you. And also, I think it's good to think about people who've gone abroad, like the three of you, and made name for yourself. I think that's not brain drain. That is brain trust, right?
Yep.
That is the brain trust that actually continues to help India. You know, when in the beginning, when the IT sector in India was set up, it was really set up by people who'd gone abroad and were able to connect the companies to India. So I think we should continue to encourage people to, go abroad and also become ambassadors of the Indian institutions.
Gita, I would like to make a point here about, you asked a question about infrastructure ecosystem, and I was thinking about something, right? When students go to Stanford or Harvard in the US, it is not just for the education, but for the connections they make with other students. And once you are a Harvard alum, you are a Harvard alum for life. And they give you and sort of email address, and not the email address. Harvard alums have a culture of helping each other, right? So, I mean, I'll tell you, a company like McKinsey, I mean, again, so I actually heard this from a McKinsey person. They recruit from Harvard for the long haul, knowing that when they recruit a straight Harvard MBA, in 20 years, this Harvard MBA working at McKinsey will be networked with other Harvard MBAs who are now CEOs of companies. This is a strategy. Now, when a student goes to IIT Kharagpur or IIT Kanpur, does the alum immediately connect with another IIT alum? There may be an IIT alum who is a partner in a VC firm, and an IIT alum is an entrepreneur trying to get funding. Does the IIT alum immediately help? Not really. Does the Harvard alum help? Absolutely. Same thing for Stanford, right? Stanford alums help each other like crazy. When a student is looking for going to abroad, right? Again, professors and mentorship for students. So the alumni network, I mean, we have a lot of fantastic alums, right? In the IITs. And Ron, I have shared this in my PanIIT interview. We don't leverage the alumni connection. We are all proud. We kind of say, oh, the IIT brand is good. But after that, we just let go of these next set of IIT alums that are coming in, right? And we don't help themselves. Let us aim to be like a Harvard alumni network or a Stanford alumni network. I think we can do it. We have super successful people. Does anybody try to reach out to Arvind or Sundar because of being an IIT alum? And does Sundar respond back to an IIT alum? I don't know whether he will, but my point is, a Stanford alum reaches out, helps, and Harvard alum helps downwards, right? We all look up for help. We never look down to give help. I would like to change that as a way of culture. Thank you.
So what you're saying is maybe there even needs to be an infrastructure for that to happen.
That is exactly my point.
Right? Because the Harvard Alumni Association is so very connected, right? I get emails from them and from Columbia like every other week. So I think that can be strengthened. But what are the other parts of infrastructure that you're all thinking that need to be strengthened in order for India to become a global hub?
So I think a critical mass of faculty. So we don't have a critical mass of faculty. I tell you, I've started like 3 different institutions, and 2 came close to closing, and 3rd was because we could not, at the end of the day, find people qualified enough to be faculty members to teach top-notch students. Period.
Why? Why is that, Pradeep?
I don't know, Prabhat. Do you want to answer?
I think, look, a few years ago, I was speaking with somebody at IIT Kanpur, and we were saying that why has the pipeline of students who were flocking to the United States and other places to do their PhDs and masters, why has that dried up? And they said 80% of our class, the graduating class, is recruited by the top banks and financial investment companies. So they are sucked right out of the faculty pipeline, and they go into into professions that actually pay them more, that there's more respect for them. So, I mean, this is something that a point that I want to make is that part of what we are trying to accomplish here is in building this brand recognition, brand equity, and creating a favorable impression in the minds of people who come and visit the university. Certainly, the education drives it all. As Pradeep pointed out, the top faculty is what brings the people in. But in most cases, unless somebody is looking for a Peace Corps type of an experience, infrastructure does become an important point of consideration. And I mean physical infrastructure. Safety is of paramount importance, especially as far more women students leave for study abroad than men. Today, 2/3 of study abroad students are females, and increasingly they are STEM students. So they would come to institutions like the IITs and other preeminent institutions that we are trying to set up. And if a student or faculty member commits to spending just a few months at a foreign institution, they expect to get their objectives accomplished. So again, as little regulations that prevent them from doing this, good lab facilities and support, comfortable housing, access to reliable communications and transportation, I think if these basic amenities are put into place, it is a building block that helps create a very favorable impression. That then resonates back to the campus where that student or that professor or researcher came from, and that reputation grows. You have to build it up block by block.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that what you're saying also leads me to just point out that right now India's image abroad is really taking a hit because it's known as a secular country and an example of a excellent secular country, and that is now being hurt with the kind of news that's in the media about communal issues and safety of women. So I think that in that way, that as well is something that needs to be addressed in order to really attract students.
No, I agree completely. I think with India's ascendancy in the economic realm and with the broad impact that Indian diaspora has made in many walks of life, not just in the US, but across the world, India gets mentioned in the media more now than ever before. I think media has to sell its product, and the most grotesque and grisly reports generate the most interest, obviously.
Right.
So the storyline has moved from India being the land of snake charmers and monkeys and elephants to how fault lines are beginning to develop in the society. And stories about lack of security for women or discrimination against certain groups strike a chord among many. I have to be honest and tell you that as an administrator, I feel nervous about sending women students to India. This is an arena where simply burnishing the image will not help. There has to be substantive changes at the ground level to overcome this image problem. Safety is an issue that becomes front and center when India appears on some State Department advisory related to travel. There's a role for the government, but I think this is a systemic social matter that must be addressed at home and school, and it's the responsibility of every Indian.
Every Indian and the government to set policies.
That's right, yes.
That enable that to happen. I think that you really cannot make Indian education hub if this is the kind of news that the world is hearing about us. So thank you for bringing that very, very important point up. So Prit, I want to jump to you and kind of pick your brain a little bit more about the technology and leapfrogging issue. So I think education is totally going to transform, right? With the technology, with the globalization, with what COVID has done. So right now, all the education is front-ended, right? You're young and you get your degree and that's the end of your education, but it's going to be lifelong education. People are going to switch professions, people are going to switch sectors, and maybe there is need for academic banks, credit banks, right? So that can take your credit and then you keep on learning the rest of your life and it stacks up and you get a degree. Could India make a big leap in that and get ahead of other countries that are still very much doing the old style of education? Do you think that there's a potential there?
I actually think so. And this is why I kind of talked about sort of what is happening with digital transformation across industries, right? You look at manufacturing industry, they are going through things called Industry 4.0, where all manufacturing will be connected machines and digital twins and so on. So entire industries are being transformed with digital transformation. And the educational industry, I mean, if you can call it an industry, has still relied on the old world of lecture room classes and so on and so forth. Let me give you an example, and this is something that I had a conversation with Salman Khan, not the actor Salman Khan, but the Salman Khan of the Khan Academy, right? And he is, as you know, started these online courses and so on. But let me give you a specific point. When a student goes to an IIT and takes Calculus 101 or whatever, right? And the student really doesn't understand the concept, takes the midterm exam, final exam, gets a C minus, and we push him to the second year. And clearly the student he's not grasped the concept of calculus. Now the student is trying to take fluid dynamics courses, trying to solve this partial differential equation, having no clue how to solve the calculus 101 in getting a C minus. The time-based curriculum that we have in our normal education system, according to Salman Khan, I agree with him, is flawed. It should be outcome-based graduation, right? When you build a home, you don't say, I am building a home and it will take me 2 weeks to do a foundation, and then the first floor, oh my God, I'm done, 2 months, I will start building the second floor. You have not done the foundation, you don't have a first floor, why are you going to a second floor? So in building, you never go, you actually do a test. There's an examiner that comes, inspector who says, is the foundation correct or not? Are all the beams correct or not? And then only you do the second floor, right? So my point is, the education system, the time-based education system that we have, I think, again, I have now had time to reflect, is sort of flawed. If you believe that philosophy, where does online come in? Where online comes in is, when I took my first course in quantum mechanics, right? I attended the lecture and the material just swung by, and I was trying to take all the notes. I had no clue, and I missed that, and I never had a chance to rewind that lecture. In a live, you cannot rewind. Now, if that lecture is videotaped, I don't understand, I rewind. Don't understand, I have gone through 22 times, and I'm not ashamed to rewind. In a class, if I didn't understand, sir, I didn't understand. Sir, I didn't understand. People will look at me and say, this guy is stupid, right? And because of that cultural thing, I will never ask the question. That's why I got the C minus, because I never grasped the concept. So if the education system is through digital technologies, I'm not saying all online. All I'm saying is put content online. So Pradeep gives a phenomenal course in robotics, record it. The student at UCSD, I'm sure they do it, I'm just saying, right? Takes that course through the video, takes it 19 times, because this thing that Pradeep said was so complicated, poor Preet couldn't understand. But I get it, etc. Right? And then I do AI-based sort of question, right? There are certain questions that are so simple that, come on, it's boring, right? Based on the answers that I give harder and harder questions to challenge the student. Those are things that can be done with digital, with AI combined with digital technology, cloud, and so on. So my point is, if this is what we aspire to, we could completely redo the education system in India. India, we could not get the landline phones. Hey, we had those wireless phones and we just took off, right? You don't have to do the Stanford MIT way of first doing the ranking, then doing this. There's the digital world, there's AIML. I'm just thinking, let's not think only about the linear way, what has worked at Oxford, Stanford, UCSD. Maybe because of the digital, things can be done a whole new different way. Thank you.
You're muted.
in this century. Pradeep, I want to come back to you because when you and I had talked before, you had talked about research that we really need an organization like DARPA. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So I think, look, in the last 10, 15 years, India has made significant progress, right? So DBT, Department of Biotechnology, Department of Science and Technology, they have like significant amount of funding compared to what they had before. But having said that, they're still siloed within some government vertical. And I think what we need is more like a National Science Foundation, which is an agency in its own right. Its only goal in life is to basically fund research, I think, with two goals. The primary goal is to build infrastructure, and infrastructure being people, and then physical infrastructure like large telescopes and stuff like that. And the second goal being more economic development, like create policies that allow you to just propagate the technology outside. So that's one model. The other model in the US has been DARPA, which is primarily based on funding military applications or defense applications, research aimed at defense, but in a way that you don't take current ideas and try to find their use. You think about what the future is going to look like. So, for example, the internet was that way. The stealth bomber was that way. Quantum computing was that way. Synthetic biology came out of DARPA that way. So there's a whole lot of areas that you can just blue sky dream about what could happen and then ask yourself, how would that change the national defense scenario? And I think India needs both. I mean, India has such a large coastal line it needs to defend. India has a large amount of overlap up in the northwest and north and northeast that it needs to defend. So I think India can actually benefit from using both of these models, the civilian model to fund research and the defense model to fund research, and at the same time push defense technologies.
So where would they start, Pradeep? How does that get started?
It gets started, I think, from the very top. I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's a matter of money. I think the PMO can just declare that I want to fund, I want to build an organization that's going to look at the future of defense and build technologies for the future of defense. Now, to do this, you clearly have to fight the bureaucracy that's already set up there in India. And the way they maintain their power is through the system of managing and moving files. So I think at some point, one has to break the logjam.
Yeah. When I read the new education policy, it was so super exciting. But then I was saying to myself that how is that going to be implemented? I think that's where in India we fall down. I think many people know that India was the first country in the world ahead of the United States to have an environmental policy. But how was it implemented? So I think we need to work on that. And like you said, streamline the bureaucracy, bring in transparency in systems and technology and people to change that. I think that's a very important point.
And whenever there's a sudden injection of resources, there clearly are deviant behaviors that show up. And one has to make sure that this sudden injection of resources doesn't lead to significant leakage of these resources for purposes that it's not intended for. So I think that's an important thing.
Geeta, I want to make
policy.
If I may make one other point, it's a great point that Pradeep talked about from research and DARPA and NSF. But when you look at creating new innovative sort of things, right, products or products and so on, right, it's the entrepreneurs who will do it, right? Do we have an infrastructure for the students to get out of IITs and not join the Lehman Brothers and the JP Morgans, the banks, and instead create their own startups, right? You look at Silicon Valley, you look at Boston, right? There are so many startups being created by the fresh graduates that come out. that requires access to people, sort of entrepreneurs, leaders, and because of success of companies like Flipkart, we now have the next generation of millionaires and billionaires already happening. But to create ecosystems, not just for research infrastructure, but incubators. I know most of the IITs have tried doing incubators, but they have not quite been successful. So can something be done to encourage more entrepreneurship in India, right? Because this is what is going to take us to the next level, right? I mean, the IBMs and the HPs are not the top companies today, right? Look at the top 5 companies in NASDAQ today, right? It's FANG, Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Google, etc., right? They are all startups, sort of that all started in the last 5 years. Look at China. China has created Alibaba, WeChat, all these things, right? Baidu. We have not quite done entrepreneurship at that scale. Now, I know that China has advantages because of the policies that they prevented the Googles and Facebooks to go in, therefore that created an environment. But look, protection is one way of doing it. Encourage, there's a stick way, there is a carrot way. Let India do it the carrot way, encouraging more entrepreneurship to happen, and let's create the Baidus and the WeChats and the Alibabas in India.
Mm-hmm. And bring funding, venture funding.
Venture funding, right? There are enough successful entrepreneurs, right? The founder of Flipkart is a billionaire. He could actually do something, right? But he doesn't know where to put the money, right? So it's a chicken and egg situation. So I'm going to keep pushing for this angle of entrepreneurship, because I think this is what the educators need to create out of the education system, and the entrepreneurs need to feel like, wow, I can start companies in India. Be in India, solve problems in India. There are enough problems to be solved. You don't have to solve a problem for the world, right? Take some ideas that has worked in the US, customize it to India, and you will have a success.
There are countries where they start entrepreneurship education in junior high school and then high school. So if somebody wants to get out of high school and start something, they can do that. And then throughout college, that's something that can be emphasized. I want to go to Prabhat now. Prabhat, when we had talked before, you had mentioned something about the industry-academic connection. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, so I think that let me just for a moment dwell on what the conversation was, just what I heard Preet talk about, and build on what Pradeep said as well, because I think both of these link to the industry, the public-private partnerships. I think that's a big piece. I think both of what Pradeep suggested and what Preet suggested have merit, but it's not like these are two decoupled ventures that sort of happen on their own. It is an ecosystem. It is a culture of a university that fosters and gives rise to these kinds of activities. When research is strong, the curiosity, the creativity in the student body, in the faculty, in the researchers is strong. That's what drives, with the right kind of training, the kind of entrepreneurship and the activities that Prith talked about, which is people launching companies, people taking ideas from that may exist and say, how does this apply to the Indian context, for example? I remember that there was a few years ago, I led a team of students from Rensselaer to IIT Kanpur. And we got together, there was some group of students there and a group of students from RPI. And we had, of course, research that these undergraduates were working on that they shared. But the most wonderful time that they had was actually developing business plans. So they come up with an idea. And you can see that the American person has one approach to setting up the business. The Indian students take a look at that, and then they tell the student, that would never work in India. And so they give it the Indian slant. And this is what actually cross-fertilizes both sides, that the US students get attuned to what works in India, and the Indian students get the idea of what the Western person is thinking about as well. But coming back to this whole issue of research, and the importance of research. I mean, I say that I've always thought of research as, I like the saying that sin is to confession as research is to teaching. If you don't do the former, there is no room for the latter, right? If you don't do research, there is no teaching. It is through research that you create the ability to teach the most recent concepts. So in terms of building these partnerships, I think the federal government has probably, or the central government in this case, as Pradeep pointed out, has the most important role to set up something similar to the National Science Foundation, something similar to DARPA, so that you have both the civilian side and the defense side represented in bringing new innovations. But there's also the public-private partnership, which is companies getting together with the federal government in partnership with universities to develop consortia and ideas that they can actually take forward in a big way. What we have seen in the United States is some shift of this funding from the federal government to private industry. Now, one can also argue that what this has done is it has, in some cases, it has actually killed the research enterprise that used to exist in some of these companies because they have started outsourcing some of their research. So the power of the AT&T, the Bell Labs has been somewhat squashed as a result of this idea. But this partnership can actually help shape universities in ways that I think would be beneficial for the students as well as for the faculty, because the students get a feel of what are the current problems that are out there. The industry brings those problems and brings the resources to actually explore those problems for the students. So that's what I'd like to put on the table as a point of discussion.
Thank you. So is the link between industry and academic situations and the government right now very weak in India, right? So what are some ways you think that can be strengthened?
My understanding is, and I don't have a lot of knowledge about this, but what I have learned from some colleagues at IIT, for example, is that there is that the partnerships are beginning to be established, that the government funds research at the IITs, and there are partners from the industry who are actually involved in that research as well. I think this is something that is being built up. It just needs to be accelerated. I think there are what some of the central funding agencies could do is they could make it a requirement that that there should be industry partners. If a university vies for some research project in a big way, that they actually force those kinds of partnerships, not just 2 or 3 universities getting together, but universities partnering with corporations and companies so that they can actually bring relevant research problems to the university domain. And then this is one way of encouraging these kinds of activities.
Right. So coming back to you, Pradeep, that can you comment on that? Because we talked about how to bring resources. So would that be a possibility? And if so, what would need to happen for that to take place?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That being what? Public-private partnerships?
Yes, bringing, connecting government to industry.
Yeah, I think that's really a great idea. And I think initially what you will find is that the foreign companies who want to bring their work to India and who want to build a research program in India would be more open to this than the Indian companies. There's not enough time, history, and culture in Indian companies to be innovative and to be cutting edge. But I can see the next 5-7 years, Indian companies will start investing in research, because as we start becoming large market cap companies and start competing on the world stage, then you have no choice but to invest. Up to now, they were not competing on the world stage, but now many companies are. So like take Ola, for example. Ola is a great example of, it's competing with Uber, it's competing with a bunch of other car companies. And if you go there, they're investing in battery technology. They're investing in electric scooters, electric vehicles. So I think we will see more of that.
Thank you. And that's possibly an area where they can be the bridges between
Yep.
the foreign universities and Indian universities.
They can be the bridges, not just for creating knowledge, but funding research, but also absorbing students that are coming out. So it's
Yeah.
a very symbiotic relationship. And once you get this critical mass, it's like a nuclear reaction. Once you get the critical mass going, then the reaction keeps on going for a long time. And I think that's what we need. We need to build the critical mass and get the reaction going.
So that's a lot of investment of money and people and
Yep.
policy into that. And I think the new education policy is a very good start. And as you all mentioned, that I think we have to make sure, or everybody has to make sure the bureaucracy doesn't get in the way. Political leadership and commitment to increase financial investment are the key here, because investment in education really pays the highest return of everything. So I know
If I may just add one more thing to the discussion that we were just on, I think sometimes there is a greater willingness on the part of newer companies, startups, for example, to be more vested in university research. And the role of the government here could be as a mediator to try and help those entrepreneurial companies actually to collaborate and work with universities on projects as well. And this sort of creates the culture that we are trying to grow and establish.
That's great. That's great. On that comment, I want to just say that we are running out of time. So a huge thank you to each one of you for bringing very specific ideas to the table. And I hope that these can then be brought forward. So I'm going to bring back Ron Gupta. He's going to do formal thank you. From my side, a really big thank you to each and every one of you. And I hope that all these comments are going to be put together and taken forward. Thank you. Over to you, Ron.
Thank you. Thank you, Geeta. Thank you, Pradeep, Prabhat, Prat. Before I let you go, I have just one crazy question, okay? And there are very universities, fine universities like CMU is setting up branches in India for Indian students to go to CMU in India and not in Pittsburgh. If we did something like that in reverse, where IITs set up branches in the US, in the Middle East, in Europe, rest of Asia, whatever, would that brand that we take there then pay back to India in terms of then students wanting to come to India and learn that from the source? And do you think something like that might work? We're running out of time, so we'll give like 30 seconds or so to each of the panelists. So if we start with let's say Prabhat, and then go on. You have to unmute.
BITS PanIIT that has been an example in this context. They tried to set up a campus in Dubai. And if something like this, is this what you're talking about? Yeah, I think where there is, so there is a demand for that kind of an education, and they have been quite successful in that venture. So this is certainly something that could be done to shed the spotlight on Indian universities and other premier institutions. Bringing them to the United States, I'm not so sure with the number of universities and campuses that we already have in the US, whether it would be that big of an impact. But certainly, yes, there are places in the world where you could set up campuses.
So, left to me, I would set up a campus in the US and IIT. I'll tell you why. Half the US population cannot afford to send their kids to a US college. That's how expensive the colleges are, including public institutions like mine, okay? So with a median income of $50,000 for a family of four and an in-state tuition of $13,000, it's nearly impossible, trust me. So if I were you, I would set up 2 or 3 high-quality educational campuses, but not for profit making. I think this is where the Indian universities have to be careful. Not for profit making, but for really delivering education, high quality, at a very reasonable price.
Thank you. And Brett?
I think you have to first get the brand. The reason CMU is attractive in India is because the brand of CMU is so good. Students would like to go to the CMU in Ahmedabad. Before a student goes to an IIT in Pennsylvania, right, where they have not heard the IITs, they would not. So I think you have to first get the brand up, then do it in the US. Dubai, absolutely. Dubai doesn't have the Stanfords and the MITs. Therefore, it is more appropriate in countries where they don't have universities at the stature of the US.
Thank you, Brett. Geeta, last few seconds.
I think this is a brilliant idea. Absolutely should be done. And as has been said, particularly in places like UAE, there is a huge demand, I would say in Japan as well, in English education. So I think we should definitely think about it. That's a great idea.
Great. All very much. And at this time, I'll hand it back to Commander Jaitley for the next session. Thank you. Thank you all. Please, a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thanks, Prabhat. Thanks, Costa, and thanks, Brett. Your ideas have been great. I have made notes, it has studied, and we will go into our recommendations. And let's hope Pradeep starts an IIT campus in US. Great. Thank you. Alolika, please take over.
I thank the panelists for this enriching session. We will break for tea and we will back at 10 a.m. We will have a break for 10 minutes.
Apni apni chai, apna apna samosa. Please go ahead. Can you play video, Alolika? IIT
Sure,
Kharagpur
sir.
video. Just try.
Okay. Jaitley sir, you are playing the video? You are muted, sir.
I'm saying if you can play from there, that will be great. I'm able to play.
Okay, let me see.
May 1950, May 1950, a newly independent India. In the post-Second World War scenario, the industrial development of the nation needed a dedicated drive. Upon the remnants of a British detention camp at IIT Kharagpur, the first Indian Institute of Technology was born. The journey started with a combined strength of just 224 students and 42 faculty in 3 departments. 1956. IIT Kharagpur was declared as an institute of national importance with the motto Yogaha Karmasu Kaushalam, meaning yoga is skill in works. The work had just begun. From the 1950s till today, IIT Kharagpur has seen the rise of its 19 departments in engineering and technology, natural sciences, humanities and social sciences, and architecture. Additionally, there are 17 centers and 12 schools of various disciplines.
Across these decades, we have charted several new firsts in education. Not only developing the core engineering curriculum, but then slowly including sponsored research, including the Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Park, new areas of science and technology from biotechnology, computer science onwards. And then, as we crossed 50 years, the IIT system decided to expand its ambit of science and technology driven movement to management, to law, to medical science and technology.
A key concept at IIT Kharagpur is flexibility in academics, allowing students to opt for minor, micro-specialization or micro-credit courses, which they can also take up as electives for gaining competencies across disciplines. For example, one can take up mining engineering plus micro-specialization in photonics, or physics plus micro-specialization in financial engineering. Yet another provision allows 10% of the incoming class to change their department at the end of the first year based on their grades.
We have almost 4,000 undergraduate students, and we offer 15 programs, undergraduate programs like BTech Honors. In addition, we also have 38 dual degree programs, which is basically a 5-year program where a student can get, say, BTech in computer science and engineering and also MTech in computer science and engineering in 5 years.
Today, IIT Kharagpur stands as a monumental institution with nearly 12,000 students, 700 world-class faculty members, many of whom are national and international award winners, and 900 staff members, as well as international experts. At IIT Kharagpur, learning is a way of life, essentially internalized as a 24/7 experience.
We are trying to explore what are the different pedagogies that can effectively work. There has been experiments with flipped classroom. There have been different ways of handout-based teaching. We have tried to focus on the methods that have worked particularly well here in terms of increasing the engagement of the students.
I remember a gullible girl entering the premises of the IIT Kharagpur with aspirations in her eyes. After spending 4 years in the campus, I can see the impact this place has made on me. It's not only about the academics we study, it's about the people we meet, the journeys we translate, and the perceptions we develop. Now I can proudly say that I am a young and confident woman to take over the world.
I think that girls are treated equally in terms of opportunities for academics, sports, social and culture, and technology. I hope in the near future more number of girls are going to enter IIT Kharagpur for science and technology.
Historically, there has been a gender imbalance in the field of education pertaining to the study of subjects like science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, not only in India, but in countries around the world. The IITs have recognized this and are now taking initiatives to maintain a healthy gender ratio in their campuses. The Council has therefore earmarked 20% supernumerary seats for women students in undergraduate admission by 2020.
IIT Kharagpur also ensures that no deserving student is denied education here on financial grounds. Despite the global standard of education, costs are highly subsidized, and the institute offers a range of grants and scholarships designed for the diverse needs of its student community. The institute has an array of international programs, student and faculty exchange, joint degree programs with foreign universities, joint courses offered with international experts, joint projects and workshops with institutions and laboratories around the world, visiting international faculty programs, scholarships for attending foreign internships, conferences and competitions.
IIT Kharagpur strongly supports international exposure for our students. Our student members actively help us in designing and executing our various international programs.
As a student of IIT Kharagpur, I got to go abroad last year for an internship. And this was one of the most enriching experiences I've ever had.
Our college has a full-fledged student-run international relations cells as well as Office of International Relations, which facilitates students from here to go abroad as well as students from abroad to come over here and get global exposure.
Namaskar. My name is Pavel. I am from Russia. I've been studying in IIT Kharagpur during half of a year. People here, professors and students, are very friendly. They always try to help.
A core aspect of IIT Kharagpur is research, both fundamental and innovation-oriented, for industries or public welfare and governance.
So in order to address this kind of a diversity of technology requirements, a modern engineer has
Welcome back. Our next panel discussion is what makes India as a preferred destination for higher education post NEP 2020. I will request the panelists to switch on their camera. The session will be coordinated by Shri Varadharanjan Sheshamani. Shri Varadharanjan Sheshamani did BTech from IIT Kharagpur. Over the 50 plus years since graduation, Mr. Sheshamani has been involved in the design and manufacture of a variety of process machines, design and management of a number of projects in various parts of India. Current activities include patented autocascade cryogenic refrigerants, autocascade cryocoolers, ultraviolet weathering testers, and a range of Peltier-based products. for medical, military, and research applications. In addition to being the president, IIT Kharagpur Alumni Foundation India, Mr. Sheshamani is also a board member of IIT Alumni Center, Bangalore. Now I welcome the session coordinator, Shri Varadaranjan Sheshamani, and I request him to begin the session. Sir.
Thank you, Alolika. It's a pleasure for me to welcome the panelists to this session in no particular order. Ms. Patty Hoffman, Consul General of the US, Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman of AICTE, Sri Amit Khare of the Ministry of Education, and we have as our moderator Professor B.K. Tiwari, the Director of IIT Kharagpur. May I now commence giving a very short introduction of the panelists for this session. Sri Amit Khare is an Indian Administrative Service Officer of the 1985 batch from Bihar, Jharkhand, Kedah, and is currently serving as the Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education. He completed his schooling from Kendriya Vidyalaya, Hindko in 1977 and then finished his bachelor's with honors from St. Stephen's College, Delhi. Sri Khare has also done an MBA at IIM Ahmedabad. Sri Khare has served as Principal Secretary to the government, to the Governor of the state of Jharkhand, and as Collector and Deputy Magistrate Patna. He has interest in education and has served as the Secretary of the State Elementary Education for several terms. Prior to taking charge as the Secretary in the Ministry of Education, he served as the Secretary in the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Government of India. Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe, Professor Anil Dattatreya Sahasrabuddhe is a Professor of Mechanical Engineering at IIT Guwahati earlier, joined the AICTE as chair in July 2015. Professor Sahasrabuddhe graduated in Mechanical Engineering from the BBB College of Engineering and Technology, Hubli, in the very first rank and with the gold medal in 1980. His master's and doctoral degrees were from the IISc Bangalore in 1982, respectively. Professor Sahasrabuddhe has held several important academic, research and administrative positions at the IISc, the TCE, the Northeastern Regional Institute of Science and Technology, NERIST, Itanagar, and IIT Guwahati. He has also served as Director, College of Engineering, Pune, on deputation from IIT Guwahati prior to joining the AICTE as the chairman. As an academician and researcher in NERIST and IIT Guwahati, and as an administrator in the capacity of director of the COEP, he has taken up several new initiatives for academic, curricular and co-curricular activities, entrepreneurship, research, and good governance. He is chairman, Basic Scientific Research Empowered Committee of the UGC and the Swayam Board, and is a fellow of the ISTE and FIE and NIAE. He has received several awards, including Maha Intrapreneur Award in 2011 of Praj Industries, Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar from MIT World Peace University, Pune in 2019. Ms. Patty Hoffman is the Consul General of the USA for the Kolkata Consular District since appointment in August 3rd, 2018. The area covered is pretty large and includes West Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand, Sikkim, and the 7 northeastern states. Immediately prior to coming to Calcutta, Consul General Hoffman was a student at the National War College at the National Defense University in Washington, D.C. Previously, she had served as Chief of Staff to the Director General of the U.S. Foreign Service and Director of Human Resources. Ms. Hoffman has served overseas at the U.S. embassies in Mexico City, London, Quito, and at the U.S. Consulate General in Rio de Janeiro. Ms. Hoffman has also served in several positions at the U.S. Department of State in Washington, D.C. Consul General Hoffman is originally from the Philadelphia area. She holds a BA in biology from Columbia University, a master's in international relations from the University of Bristol, UK, where she studied as an international Rotary Scholar, a master's degree in national security strategy from the National War College. Thank you all for being on this panel, and may I now hand this over to, I forgot about Professor Virendra Tiwari. Professor Virendra Tiwari is the moderator of this panel, and his full biodata is extremely long, as were that of the others. Professor Tiwari is the director of IIT Kharagpur. He has the unique distinction of having spent his life on the IIT Kharagpur campus and academically progressing from BTech to MTech to PhD, and ending up as an alumnus of IIT Kharagpur, and then further went on to lead the department as department head in the department that he studied in, which is agricultural engineering, and now heading the very same institution, IIT Kharagpur itself, a most unique achievement. A specialist in food engineering and agriculture, as well as mechanical engineering, he is a multidisciplinary person who serves on multiple cross-disciplinary committees of the government, among the fulfillment of many other roles. A winner of multiple awards, Professor Tiwari has also been recognized, particularly among many other awards, for his work in agricultural mechanization, which has been quite extensive. Professor Tiwari is a visionary, and his plans for IIT Kharagpur extend to multiple areas and activities and thoughts, and he has formed an advisory committee with former directors of IIT Kharagpur to work on that vision, and with the involvement of multiple stakeholders, including even students and others. This is a most unique plan, and all of us in the alumni do appreciate this. Thank you very much. May I now request Professor Tiwari to take over the proceedings?
Well, namaskar to all of my friends, seniors, students, and the organizers. How can I forget my alumni? In fact, I would like to repeat that this program, which started yesterday, could not have been completed so far without the help of the alumni, especially I would say the chairman, Commander V.K. Jaitley, Varduji, then Ron Gupta, who is from USA, and at late night, he is still there today also. I'm so grateful to each one of them. I know that the PanIIT USA, PanIIT India has also supported this. And I'm sure the faculty, staff, and the deans, heads of the departments, all are there and listening to this program yesterday as well as today. Very nicely, Varduji, thank you so much that very nicely you have told about the details of the three main panelists. Now, I think you have said about Patty, Consul General US Consulate Kolkata in the end, but I would like that she is a varied person, and I would like her first, as ladies first, and I would like her to say something as to how a relationship between US and India could be made in such a way that we can have people also from the other part of the world to come to IIT Kharagpur and make IIT as a preferred destination to this country. Thank you very much. I would request Patty, please.
Hi, good morning. Good morning to my IIT and NIIT faculty, students, and guests. Very excited about of the U.S.-India higher and during events such as this one, scholars and students. It would have been nice to have addressed you in person, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to do it virtually this morning as well. So thank you for inviting me. The U.S.-India today, every area. A lot of feedback for that. Let me just, okay, thanks. So just to reiterate, the U.S.-India partnership today spans nearly every area of human endeavor, and significantly, education features in all of our bilateral discussions at the highest levels. Our government's commitment to collaborate on higher education underscores our shared belief that education is the foundation of entrepreneurship and innovation that will drive our knowledge economies, our shared growth and prosperity, and help us meet new challenges. The United States and India have a long history of collaboration on higher education, which has prompted student mobility, faculty exchanges, research, and institutional partnerships. Indian students studying in the US, the American students studying in India, comprise the fundamental people-to-people ties that continue to strengthen bilateral relationships between our two countries. And these cross-cultural exchanges have consequences that reach far beyond any one individual and bind our two countries together. So to forge these relationships, the US government recently has spent $2 million on Partnership 2020, which is an initiative to build research partnerships between Indian and US institutions in key 21st century fields, such as advanced engineering, small business development, artificial intelligence, public health and energy. And under this initiative, Claflin University in South Carolina is collaborating with Vishwa Bharati University in Shantiniketan to strengthen rural businesses for competition in global markets. Similarly, Crummer Graduate School of Business at Rollins College in Florida partnered with Calcutta University to build a network of nearly 300 women entrepreneurs and business students, effectively combining on-the-job experience with classroom learning to grow small women-led businesses. So with the Partnership 2020 initiative, we hope to foster joint research and learning and to develop solutions to our most pressing challenges. Research leads to innovation, which translates into economic benefit for both of our countries. The U.S. Consulate's Regional English Language Office has also strengthened collaborations with crucial academic projects which have benefited many Indian students and educators. The Regional English Language Office programs have found overwhelming support in Indian academic circles. And through these programs, the United States has partnered with various state governments on English language initiatives that build teacher skills as well. As I've mentioned, student and research exchanges between our two countries help strengthen the foundation upon which our strategic partnership grows. Around 200,000 Indian students were studying in the United States prior to the pandemic, and India was hosting approximately 4,000 American students. And the US government seeks to prepare students for a rapidly changing global order, and we recognize that studying abroad helps American students to not only learn foreign languages, but also to experience other cultures and understand our global connectivity. So to this end, the US government funds major initiatives to encourage Americans to study abroad through the Fulbright program, critical language scholarships, Gilman scholarships, and many others. These opportunities bring American students from across the socioeconomic spectrum to countries across the world, including India. The future of higher education lies in fruitful collaboration and long-lasting partnerships. India's new national education policy has opened an array of opportunities for joint research, academic exchanges, and study abroad opportunities with US universities. So to establish robust partnerships, we offer the following suggestions. So first, India and foreign institution representatives should spend time together to understand each other before forming partnerships. The Fulbright program can be an important vehicle for Indian institutions to understand the US higher education ecosystem. Second, once a partnership is formed, we recommend designing credit-based programs, which are more meaningful than excursion-type programs. Third, focusing attention on living conditions such as housing, health, safety, and security for international students is important to keep in mind if Indian universities want to attract foreign students and partners. And finally, we understand now how critical it is to have a contingency plan for crisis management in place. So while the national education policy marks a potentially central turning point for foreign universities to operate in India and for India to attract foreign students, it also provides for an alignment between the US and Indian systems that will allow for Indian students to more easily gain admittance to US universities as well. And I know this webinar is about how to attract students to India for higher education, but I have to mention here that US institutions of higher education continue to be eager to recruit qualified international students, and Indian students in particular, to their campuses and classrooms. International students bring a unique perspective and experience that add tremendously to the life and culture of American universities. The US government offers free advice to Indian students who want to study in the United States. Our Education USA Advisement Center at the American Center at the US Consulate in Kolkata, and we have 6 others across the country, offer official information on studying in the United States. Although our American Center and the Consulate are closed during the COVID pandemic, Education USA offers online services and webinars. Information is posted regularly on our social media platforms at US and Kolkata. Last weekend and this weekend, Education USA South Asia is hosting more than 150 US universities and virtual fairs for graduate and undergraduate students. And these virtual fairs allow students to attend webinars, download information, hear from a US visa officer, and interact one-to-one with university representatives. So as you can see, the United States works hard to attract Indian students to our universities, but there's no reason that exchanges can't go in both directions. From the perspective of the United States, the National Education Policy opens a new chapter for more robust educational partnerships between the US and India. And we at the US Consulate Kolkata look forward to facilitating those partnerships in the future. I'd like to thank you for including me on this panel today, and I have to hope to have more opportunities to talk to all of you about how the US and India can continue to forge higher education partnerships that benefit both of our countries. So thank you very much.
Oh, great. It was nice. Nice to hear. Yeah, Patty, it was very exhilarating. And then the policies the government of the US and India has taken care, and the programs that you have talked of between what the government of USA has and the $20 billion, the partnership 2020 that you are talking of, and the various ways by which there could be the collaborations between the two countries, and the programs that you are talking of for university in India, these things will go a long way. It was nice, very nicely you have said within 8 minutes. We will love to come back to you with certain other questions after that. So nice that you have put everything in nutshell in just 8 minutes only. I did not give a time to you because you are our guest, and I wanted that let me leave it to you. And so nicely you have put everything and jotted down. We have jotted down certain points, but then I'll come back to you slightly later when I talk to my other panelists. Thank you so much for giving such a nice presentation, and we love to have you here when the pandemic goes away. We will definitely love to have you here at IIT Kharagpur in person, and then we will know your views, etc. Now, I'll request our Chairman AICTE, Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe. I think details has been told by our Bardu Sesamani has already told about his details of his education and the contributions that he has made in the field. We would like to hear from his point of view in about 10 minutes or so about the NEP-2020 and what makes India a preferred destination from Chairman AICTE's point of view. Yes, Sahasrabuddhe ji, yours.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Tiwari ji. My co-panelists, Sri Amit Khare and already Patty Hoffman has spoken about some of the issues, and Amit ji will talk about many more about the national new education policy. And what makes India a preferred destination for higher education post-COVID-19? In fact, more than that, post-education policy being announced. I think that is most important thing which has happened. And this policy has been absolutely transformative, game-changing in many respects compared to many other earlier policies. The second important thing is quite often we say that policy may be good, but how do we really take it forward and implement it? And that implementation part is the most significant and important thing. And this government presently is very serious about it. From the very beginning, 29th July policy was announced. On August 7th, first ever seminar or webinar on this policy was done by UGC and MHRD together. Prime Minister himself spoke during that occasion for about 40-45 minutes. Seriousness about that was enunciated. And not only that, in Hindi he said, नीति तो अच्छी है, लेकिन रणनीति को बनाना पड़ेगा. Strategy is important, road map बनाना है, and resources को mobilize करना है. उसके बाद उसको implementation को जारी करना है. और within next 7 days, before the Independence Day on the 14th of August, the ministry's name was changed from MHRD to MOE. One of the suggestions which was there in the policy started implementing. And then Minister Sri Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank is constantly holding meetings with officers, regulators and other university vice chancellors as to how to implement that. And there is a total seriousness about this issue. Not only that, President of India had a visitors conference where all IIT directors were involved and they also talked about it. I think the seriousness within 3 months is absolutely visible. And then in terms of even Prime Minister's office itself and DRDO had Vaibhav on October 2 and the month long, from October 3 to October 31, various facets of that are being discussed. And therefore, I think the ground is prepared. But if you look back to the ancient Indian universities, the first universities of the world started here, whether it is Takshila or Nalanda, from 600 CE to 1200 AD. What attracted students from all over the world to this place? That is because there was excellence, there was multidisciplinary nature of those universities, there was a lot of information, accountable, transparent system that existed, and the faculty-student ratio was 1:5. For 10,000 students, there were 2,000 faculty. I think what needs in the new system is how do we have an excellent faculty-student ratio, excellent faculty, and then variety of things. In the last session, I was listening to some of the talk by various experts on that panel, and I would like to reiterate some of them, which is very, very important for us to do today. And what already is happening also, Amit ji will also tell some of them, but I would like to also pitch some of them. I think I was interestingly listening to the Prabhat Hajela's statement that some of the students from Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute came to IIT Kanpur. It was not IIT Kanpur, it was College of Engineering Pune where I was director. But the starting point was, there was a similar academy between German universities, T9, technical universities and IITs. It started with Kharagpur, Kanpur and IIT Guwahati initially. And when I became director, I said, why don't you involve other colleges? But it was too difficult to handle. By that time, 3 IITs had expanded to 7 older IITs, and that academy was already full of enough number of students. So we innovated and said that why not have RPI IIT Kanpur, because that whole initiative was started by Gautam Biswas. So Gautam Biswas, Hajela and myself, we had a academy for students. We gave them problem statements well in advance. They prepared for that. They came, some of the faculty members, and research academy. The starting seed of higher level education and research starts from young minds. And they were all undergrad students, some of them, and some postgraduate students. So research can be done not just by PhD students, but also by undergrad students was very, very critically visible and seen. And therefore, how do we take the new education policy in the right perspective and empower our students, both undergrad, postgrad, is very, very important. Then some of the important things have already started. For example, Study in India 2 years back, MEA, MHRD had announced it and we started off. Now, recently, last year, we had 1,000 research fellowships for ASEAN countries. Institutions of eminence have been set up, both 10 in the private sector, 10 in the government sector, completely giving autonomy to them. IIMs are independent. They are also autonomous now. Indian knowledge systems, which is also talked about in the new education policy, which is so important. Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, the knowledge that existed for centuries, it has been lying idle sometimes. We need to bring it out, and then that is what probably will be of interest to many students abroad. All 64 kalas which we talk about, and ancient system with modernity involved into that. It's not that we should be only proud of the ancient past, but how we make it relevant for today's needs, and how do we take research forward. Indian Knowledge Systems Division is already established in the ministry, and that's very important. And then again, to connect, what is important today's world is collaboration. And to start the collaboration, GAN, that is Global Initiative of Academic Networks, where faculty from abroad are invited for 1 week or 2 week duration with a funding of $8,000 per faculty or $12,000 if it is a 2 week program, engagement between the diaspora from abroad as well as foreign faculty are coming here. More than about 3,000 of them have come. Now GAN plus our faculty will go there. So the collaborative arrangement will further expand. Spark, you talked about multilateral and multi-university research projects. Spark only allows when you have a partner from abroad. Otherwise, it's not permitted. And you talked earlier about industry institute interaction and some of the projects being funded by industry. Imprint also takes care of this. And there are glaring examples of IIT Madras starting Research Park about 4 or 5 years ago, and very robustly successful in terms of large number of startups emanating from there. A lot of industries have been also placed, and the success of that is being replicated in many other IITs as well. So I think the ground is all well set even before the new education policy came into being. But the new education policy, which talks about either multidisciplinary nature of universities, and IIT Kharagpur has already taken the lead, starting with the management, then law school, then now even medical school. I think multidisciplinary nature of institutions has begun to happen even in the monodisciplinary technical institutions like IITs. As far as the other part is concerned, for research support, the new policy talks about National Research Foundation on the similar lines that of National Science Foundation, and therefore the large-scale funding for science, technology, humanities, and social science is very much possible through this. Then about academic bank of credits, which is a novel idea that a student can take some amount of credits from one university, go to another IIT and take some other amount of credits. But the definition of credits, how do we integrate them, how a robust system can be evolved out of that? I think these are some of the challenges which need to be addressed while doing the implementation plan. And then exit entry at any level, because many times students find that they are not finding it very easy to go in a particular domain. Therefore, how can they change from one discipline to the other discipline, take a certificate and go out? Startup ecosystem is one of the most important things which was deliberated in the last session as well. So India has started becoming a big startup ecosystem. In fact, it's the second largest ecosystem probably. We used to call it as the third largest, but in terms of technical education and overall education, we are the second largest education system itself in the world, with only 27% of the gross enrollment ratio, which is to be increased to 50% in the next 15 years. I'm sure it will be the largest technical and non-technical, even otherwise higher education system in the whole world. Then funding, which already existed from DST and also from many other agencies like DBT, we need to consolidate under what is known as National Research Foundation so that large-scale funding is possible. And also, what is important for society, that kind of research which is directly applicable. On one side, there should be certainly the basic research, fundamental research, which is also important. But how do we really create the research which is directly applicable to society? That is what society appreciates. And that's why, whether it is through Unnat Bharat Abhiyan and many other initiatives, we are already connecting with the people, and I'm sure that will be very good. Having said all of this, one very important thing, all institutions who are aspiring to make India a preferred destination for higher education. A couple of things are very important. In knee-jerk reaction, something here and there has happened. But I think very focused attention is required in terms of having an international students office, an international students dean, and when a student is given, admission letter, when he comes in or she comes in India, I think welcoming is very important. The very first week when a student comes in, I think the kind of ambience, the environment, the kind of welcome that the student gets, and that carries a long-term impression about the institution, about the country. I think that is where sometimes we are missing. And then the clean, green campuses, hygienic hostels, very good quality infrastructure. I think these are certainly important. But what is more important is those counselors or those faculty members who will deal with these students, how they interact with them, how they lovingly take sometimes those students to their homes and also offer lunch and dinner. Treat them with something on a festival day of our own home. I think that is where the connect will start happening. And these students, when they go out back to their respective countries, I think they will carry a strong message that India is a one where Atithi Devo Bhava is really practiced in real sense. I think that is what is very important. We also talk about the entire globe as our mother, and whole universe is our motherland, something like that. And therefore, we have to show that in practice. It's not just in theory, and that is what sometimes is missing. And these students have to run from pillar to post for certain things. And because they are in a new system, they don't know where to go, what to do. And sometimes you have to register in a police thana. Our faculty members who are advisors must do all those systematically. If you do that, I'm sure we don't have to do. In fact, many times we say that we have to brand ourselves. Branding will happen, in fact, automatically. We don't have to do much about it. Only that experience, personal experience will carry forward. They will write blogs, they will write in Facebook, Twitter. I think that is a bigger message because that is from first hand. If you have and put an advertisement and go and participate in some of those rallies or some places where such kind of meetings are held, maybe you are able to pitch yourself, but that is only 1 minute pitch. The lifelong experience of about 4 years, or for PhD 3-4 years, that the students enjoy and they really get to know about India in the fullest perspective. I think that is what is very, very significant and important. I'm sure all of our institutions will pay a lot of attention on that. And as far as the new technologies and emerging technologies are concerned, whether AI, IoT, machine learning, deep learning, robotics, 3D printing, all of these, including blockchain, augmented reality, virtual reality, how do we bring them into the system of education? How the enriching experience is possible for our students? I think this is very, very critical, and each institution has to do innovation in that. And MHRD's innovation cell, now Ministry of Education's innovation cell, which is located in AICT office itself, has been doing what is known as Smart India Hackathon for the last 4 years. It has been a roaring success. On one side, many times we say that students graduating from tier 2, tier 3 institutions are not employable, but from the very strong students, we are getting a lot of work done in a 36-hour-long hackathon, solving the problems of the government departments, including ISRO, DRDOs of the world, and also from the startups and many small and medium scale industries. And that talent, unfortunately, we were not exploring. Once we started exploring that, our ranking in the Global Innovation Index has started improving. We were at 81st position 5 years ago. We are today at 48th position. Every year, it is jumping by 7-8 places. So more emphasis on innovation, both in terms of various products and processes being developed, the way the education is handled, both in terms of blended learning and using the new technology, AI and IoT, machine learning, and so on, and creating ambience which will be very, very enriching and enjoyable for our foreign students when they come here. I'm sure what makes India a preferred destination can really be a reality after that. With this, I conclude, and when you ask more questions, I will be happy to deliberate on what AICT has also done in order to create an ambience of that nature. Not just IITs and NITs, but tier 2, tier 3, 3,000 plus institutions are also on the roll. I think that is very, very significant and important. Namaskar.
Thank you very much. So nice that you have talked of Atithi Devo Bhava and the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam concept. In fact, this is what we are talking always, and this is the base of our all camaraderie that we see, whether the person is from any part of the globe. This is how the first thing that we greet, and this particular aspect of our behavior is the one which keeps a very strong bond. In fact, I'm sure that those my friends who are there, they will know whenever they go abroad, when they get the friendship, we would like to give them, if the friend is a male, we would like to give a sari to his wife or something like that. If the person is female, then we say that, okay, this is something for your son or for your husband, something of our own Indian cultural things. And those are the way that we greet them, and we love them, and we want to have them. I think the way you have given as AICT chairman, in fact, it is very nice that you have taken all the aspects of what the NEP talks of, and how the institute should take over, and what are the ways by which the institutes are looking at about the implementation part of it. And you being at the helm of affairs, particularly at Chairman AICT, I am sure I will come back to you to ask the other ways that what AICT is doing in this respect. We had heard our Secretary MHRD Amit Khareji, but I can tell you whenever I talk to him, he has always a very simple answer, and that is, I salute to you, sir, that how with so much of ministries work in both two locations, and every day something or the other, you remain so calm and quiet. In fact, sometimes I think that you are no less than our Dhoni that we are talking of, and I also know that you are from Ranchi and Dhoni comes from Ranchi. So much of stress, but the way you take things and make it so simple. We would like to hear from you on this count as to what you think that makes India a destination for other people to come to this place. Sir. Unmute, sir. Yes.
Good morning to all of you. Professor Tiwari, Consul General Mr. Patrice Hoffman, my colleague and friend Professor Sahasbuddhe, the Chairman of the Alumni, Mr. Varadrajan, Mr. Ron Gupta, and of course, Honorable Jetli, who has been instrumental and mentoring this program since yesterday and also in the previous years, and all the faculty members, students and alumni who are watching this program on YouTube and others. Let me start with a reference to the NEP, the National Education Policy 2020. It has been referred by the earlier speakers. Since I have been associated with this ministry since the last 2 decades or more, in various capacities, in fact, some indirect, some direct. I was also the Joint Secretary in this very ministry from 2008 to 2014, looking after UNESCO education policy and international collaboration. So many of the initiatives relating to the Nehru Fulbright, the Singh-Obama knowledge agreement that we had, and the other agreements were signed during the period. Now, one major difference, if I can say, about the earlier system and the present one, is that while we did have collaborations and a number of agreements in the past, the national education policy institutionalizes them. One is to have agreement or understanding or MOU between the institutions or between countries, and the other, which is much higher form, is to institutionalize them into a policy. And I'll give you 2 small examples to show how this policy becomes relevant to internationalization. A couple of years ago, Yale was interested in having a campus in India. They were exploring the possibility, let me put it this way. And if I recall correctly, the president of Yale, Professor Levin, if I am not incorrect, was in India 2 times. But our policy somehow did not permit having campuses of foreign universities. Similarly, IIT Delhi was invited by the Mauritius government to have a campus there. In fact, the previous session of Professor Geeta Mehta, some discussion was there about how can we open branches of IIT abroad. In fact, Mauritius government had invited IIT Delhi, but again, our policy did not permit. Now, with the national education policy, we have made institutional arrangements where the best institutions of our country can go abroad, open campuses, and similarly, we invite the best campuses and the best universities to open campuses here. So much so that the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, 2 days ago in a separate meeting had announced that he would welcome the campuses of various universities like Stanford, Yale, to be set up in India. 3 major issues which have been addressed in this policy One, of course, is the opening of campuses by Indian institutions abroad and allowing foreign universities to open campuses here. The second major thing is to have sharing of credits. Many a times foreign students who are coming to India or even Indian students who are going abroad, they may not be keen to spend a long time such as 3 years or say 5 years in one IIT or in one institute. And they may like to have a shorter duration, say 2-semester training arrangement. And that has been allowed in this policy, and it encourages the credit exchanges. It has already been mentioned by Professor Sahapudde about the arrangement that we are having of multiple entry and exit, and with the credit system in force. So the policy would allow short duration courses and also allow 1 semester or 2 semester engagements with training arrangement with the parent university. I think that would be very helpful for those students who wish to have a shorter experience, say of 2 semesters in this country and have the remaining semesters elsewhere. The third important thing is what the Honorable Prime Minister had directed us when he was taking a presentation on the policy. And let me, of course, I would be separately writing a small booklet on the imprints of the Prime Minister on the policy, because he took not less than 5 or 6 different presentations. He spent almost 20 hours in his office with various secretaries and functionaries of the ministry, other experts. And one thing which he said, I want this policy to develop citizens who are grounded in Indian values, but who have a global outlook. So this, while we should be grounded in our country, the outlook should be global. And he said, I want the best of the world to be reflected in this policy. Some of the issues which were there, for example, India has a 3-year undergraduate system, whereas most countries in the world have a 4-year graduate program followed by 1 year of postgraduate. India still follows the old system of 3 years of graduation followed by 1 year of 3 years of graduation, 2 years of post-graduation, and 1 year of MPhil. That entire system is undergoing a change now. The new education policy provides for a 4-year undergraduate program, just like in any other university in the, say, Western countries or, say, even the European countries, and followed by 1 year post-graduation, and straight away leading to a research program. The entire MPhil, which we used to have earlier, in a period of next 2 years, MPhil will be phased out. So we will have a 4+1 and then research. This was tried out by Delhi University way back in 2014, but in the absence of policy, because the policy mentioned 10+2+3. So we used to have 12 years of schooling followed by 3 years of undergraduate program. And since it was mentioned in the policy, and of course that policy was of 1986, did require a major change. So the new policy is aligned with the education system of the Western countries and other important countries of the world. So that would further help the exchange to take place. The entire issue of equivalence of degrees that we used to have earlier, that a US degree of 4 years, how it will be treated in India, or an Indian degree of 3 years, how it will be treated in US or in UK or other European countries. That issue will get settled, because now the duration will also be same as the international courses, and the credits will be important. So the credits can be counted, additional credits wherever required be taken, and that can help in the equivalence. Professor Sahasbudde has already talked about the infrastructure, the social infrastructure. In fact, I feel that social infrastructure is something which needs to be strengthened in the Indian university. I had an occasion to study for a while in the US, and apart from the university, the other societal groups, they would organize some events on the weekends, or they will have students being invited to, I still remember they had various occasions of apple picking where they invited the foreign universities to be there. This was North US. So this type of social infrastructure, which Sahasbuddeji also referred, is equally important, where the students are encouraged, particularly the international students are encouraged to meet with the Indian families or the Indian society. A person who is coming to study in India is also equally keen to various aspects of, could be cultural, it could be a small, in fact, in Study India program, which was referred by Professor Sahasbudde, we have also included some heritage walk a week or so, so that the nearby place, if somebody is studying in IIT Goa, then it is a good time when they can be taken around to have some idea about the local culture, the heritage, and the socio-economic situation. An important aspect, I think, which we have not touched, and I would like to spend about a minute or so, is the technology-enabled education, particularly, which has become very, very relevant in the pandemic situation. edX was, some of our Indian students, particularly of IIT, they were playing a lead role in the edX, and based on the edX model, we have also developed the IITs, starting with IIT Bombay, and of course, all the IITs together. They have developed similar courses under the name of Swayam. We now have more than 1,600 courses, which are technology-enabled. They are open online courses. And we also have a Swayam Prabha, which is a TV channel. So the courses are also available on the various networks, the cable television and also the direct-to-home networks. This is one area where we can further not only collaborate, but also these courses can be made available to different countries. Somehow we have it only in English, but I think the time has come when we can also include the French version so as to approach the Francophone countries. That is the strength because of the time difference. I appreciate Mr. Ron Gupta. It must be somewhere around 2 or 3 a.m. in your place. But for the courses to be MOOCs can be a good source. In India, we can watch MOOCs as per our convenience, and our Swayam courses can be watched in Africa or in other continents as per their convenience. So technology-enabled education, and I think India does have an edge there because of the software technology and also the content which is developed by the IITs. This technology-enabled education will become more and more relevant. In fact, it has been highlighted in the National Education Policy. One reason being that in the 21st century, the job roles will keep changing and there will be need to relearn, and that relearn will not be limited to the institutions, but we will have to have online courses to develop this relearning. I think this area is another area where we should contribute together to the relearning process which are going on. Overall, the framework which is there in the National Education Policy greatly emphasizes on the international collaborations, and it provides a level playing field for the Indian institutions to go abroad, the foreign institutions to come here, to have exchanges between faculty, students, also exchange of credits, of courses. I think this will be a great opportunity for India to work with different countries and emerge as an important education hub, just like it was there in the past when Nalanda, Takshila, and other international universities were there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was very nice to hear from you all the details of what the NEP has. In fact, the key things which were told by you, the sharing of credits is one which is very important and very, we love it because rightly so that the students cannot come for 2 or 3 years, but they can definitely come for a semester or so. And we have at IIT Kharagpur already a semester away program. In this, we have students from here going to other countries and having an exchange and also sharing the credits. The other thing that you talked of, sir, the citizen grounded in Indian values and outlook of global. I think this is the main theme of what the NEP talks of, that we should have everything. Now, the way we have channelized that the new policy talks of the 4-year BS, 1-year MS, and then directly PhD. Yes, this will create a parallel with what we have all over the world. Yes, I think the SWAYAM and SWAYAM Prabha channels are the one by which we can be connected throughout the world, and those can be helpful, and these are already being utilized by several parts of the country, even outside as well. And the overall framework which has been given by NEP, which will definitely go a long way in adding what the faculty, students from any place in the world can have access to and learn from it. I think with this, I would request now Ms. Patty. Madam, you have heard that the government has created a concept, and in fact the Prime Minister has said that the IITs or the higher institutions would like to open campuses in US, and we have also invited bigger Stanford and other universities to open campuses in India. What is your point of view on this count?
Yes, so I think it's an exciting opportunity. I know a lot of U.S. universities already have, kind of different centers, if you will, not accreditation offices or universities right now, but they've got a foot in the door here in India, and that's a good first step. And hopefully, the national education policy will allow them to take it to the next level and kind of convert those to maybe campuses that can be accredited, producing entities, campuses. So I think it's a good first step. And, I think a lot of it can be, it's a lot with the institutional level partnership. From our perspective, facilitating these types of exchanges for higher education, some of the challenges that we have is it's a very decentralized system. In the U.S., it's no national level universities. There's state universities and obviously a lot of private universities. And so we're trying to, facilitate these connections and taking them to the next level and deepening them through a variety of ways, but it takes some time. So I think there's a lot of advantages that India can tap into, and these existing centers is one of them. I think the alumni networks are another great resource because so many Indian students have gone to the U.S. To study and then have come back to India. I think that's a great resource to tap into as well, because they've, if they went to IIT Kharagpur for undergraduate as an example, and then, went and got a graduate degree in the US, they've experienced both the Indian system and the US system and have lived in both countries and can really be a bridge to make those connections and synchronizations happen. And I know that the alumni is a big part of this conference, and so it sounds like you're already tapping into that network. And then obviously the Indian diaspora in the US would be another great resource to tap into. to bring these things forward to more fruition. And I did also want to just underscore and agree with the suggestion of more international students' offices and deans. I think from a perspective of a U.S. student, I studied abroad twice. Once was one semester and at the undergraduate level, and then at the graduate level, both in the UK. And that support network of having an international students office was really key for me. Helped me decide where to go, and then was a big part of my experience once I was in the UK. And just made the application process easier as well, and facilitate it and smooth things quickly. So that probably, maybe, hopefully, is some low-hanging fruit, as we say, that would be something universities here in India could also put together to, make it easier and kind of lower some of the barriers and challenges for American students who are, thinking about applying and coming to India, whether it's for a full degree or a semester as well. So lots of opportunities there. Thank you. Over.
Oh, thank you so much. We wanted to know your points of view, and I think you have elaborated in such a way that it appears very simple, and we should go ahead. I think the government's move of having Indian universities campus in the US and US universities campus in India, I am sure that will go in a big way in establishing a greater relationship between the two countries and more exchange of knowledge between the two. Thank you so much. I would just like to come back to you once again. Exactly, just I want to know what exactly you are doing with Santiniketan and Calcutta University. Brief, just a minute if you can still. Patty. Could you hear my question, Patty?
No, I'm sorry that my system froze for a second.
Okay, actually, I just wanted to ask you as to, in briefly, can you tell us what work you are doing with in Santiniketan as well as Calcutta University, the points you just said in your talk, briefly. Vishwabharati.
I'm sorry, what I'm doing with what? Could you repeat that?
Vishwabharati, Santiniketan, Vishwabharati.
Oh,
and
okay, the Partnership 2020 initiatives. Yeah. So the Partnership 2020, one thing that we learned and that I got a big impression upon when I first arrived in India 2 years ago was not only the interest and the desire for student exchanges, but for institutional tie-ups and partnerships. And I think, that's across India, there's an interest for that. And so this Partnership 2020 is a grant program from the U.S. Department of State to help facilitate some of these institutional tie-ups. And again, it goes back to the fact that we don't have central, federally funded universities. And so we were looking for other mechanisms. And so this particular tie-up is looking at entrepreneurship initiatives and sort of, look at tying up and partnering the academic aspect with it, with, the expertise from the university with some of the local entrepreneurs in Shantiniketan. And then the other one I mentioned was Calcutta University and Rollins College in Florida. And again, that was partnering students who were getting a master's in business administration with local women entrepreneurs who had businesses they wanted to get started but didn't have the academic background. And it gave the students with the academic background some real life business opportunities. So partnering in that way, and they both got something out of it. And the grant, helped support that process.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Now, I'll request Professor Sahasrabuddheji in brief as to what he was telling, that what exactly AICT has done in this respect. Sahasrabuddheji.
Yeah, thank you, sir. It's a very long one, but I would be as short as possible.
Yes.
Starting with the curriculum revision at regular
In fact,
intervals
just,
and
I would say
providing.
that just 1 minute, sir. Actually, our Shiksha Mantri ji is also to join at 11 o'clock. So we will welcome him. I think I will see immediately when I see, I will welcome him, and then we will continue, and then I will go with the second program later. Yeah, please. Quick.
Yeah, so the curriculum revision for the 21st century requirements is most important. So we have created model curriculum, and most of the technical universities have adopted it. And many of these things like AI, IoT, ML, robotics, 3D printing, blockchain, which is added to the curriculum, faculty themselves are not aware of that. And therefore, faculty development programs under Atal Academies, AICT's Training and Learning Academy, in a big way, we have trained in just the pandemic period more than 40,000 teachers through more than 400 odd workshops. And it's all online, 5-day full-time workshops, and many of the foreign faculty have also been roped in. When we were doing it in the face-to-face mode, the travel restrictions, number of people was all restrictive. Today, the technology has enabled us to reach out to more and more people. We have developed what is known as mandatory faculty certification program of 8 modules, which is each one of them modules are equivalent to about 3 credit course. So unless a faculty goes through this, they will not be allowed to become a regular faculty or what we call in US tenure faculty. And so this is very, very important one which we have started off. Mandatory internships for all students, and many government departments, including Ministry of Housing, Urban Affairs, Railways, MSME, they are all onboarded along with many industries for providing internships for students. And this portal which is developed is like a matchmaking portal. Interest of the industry, interest of the students is matched, and students can do internship for 1 semester or 3 summer vacations. A more exciting one which we have started off is 3-week student induction program to inculcate universal human values in them. And that will also bring in a collaborative spirit, knowing their own strengths and weaknesses and how they will be able to help each other. And this is very important in an Indian context. In all ranking systems, we all talk about diversity. If you look at Indian institutions and the diversity of students that they come from poor and rich families, they come from English medium to various 22 odd Indian languages, to rural areas and tribal areas, to city areas. So I think the diversity is very, very, very expansive. And therefore, in order to bring them on a common platform, a 3 weeks induction program where actually classes are not held, but right from beginning in the morning at 5:30, 6 o'clock, going to the playground, playing actual games, exercise, yoga, meditation, to a lot of discussion sessions in even mother tongue, to slowly graduating into English, and then many other activities like expert lectures, taking them to the nearby historical places, and then music, dance, drama, various art forms. I think including inculcating values and whatever Indian traditional knowledge was there, that also being given in some modules. I think this will encourage students to understand in depth the institute, and they all become, ownership is developed amongst the faculty who deal with this and also the students. I think this has been a game-changing exercise which has happened. Accreditation is made mandatory, and most important, which I realized when we talk about foreign students coming in here, is our examination reforms. Unfortunately, in our examination system, most of the questions that are asked are memory-based questions. So you memorize and reproduce and you'll get maximum marks. Of course, IITs are a bit exception, where there are a lot of questions which are based on problem solving and understanding of the subject. But if you look at most of the university question papers, unfortunately, they are all mostly memory-based. I think moving away from that is most important. I had my own experience of some of the students who came from Germany as well as Canada for a short-term 1-semester exchange program in our institutions. The question papers were such that they were not able to do it. And then when they got too low marks and in fact failed in 1 or 2 subjects, I asked them as a director of an institute, what happened? Well, why did you not do well? You are so good. Then they said, sir, we are all surprised how your students can write 40 pages, 50 pages and join supplements after supplements in that 3 hours. We are not used to writing that. You ask us that question, I'm able to explain those answers to you. I think that was a real understanding of what is the way the question papers are handled in our institutions. And therefore, our examination reforms policy talks about not just memory-based questions, which are restricted to about 25-30%, but there must be questions on understanding, concepts, applications, analysis of data, synthesis of data, critical thinking, creativity, and also problem solving. If you have 70 to 75% of the questions of this nature, I think the students will not only become employable, they will start thinking aloud about what they can do after graduation. Some of them will become entrepreneurs. They will bring out something new, novel for the benefit of the society. And then, of course, online education, flipped classes, blended learning, mandatory accreditation. I think these are the things which are transforming the agenda of the higher technical education in the country, which is by 3,200 institutions, producing 1 million engineers every year. If they are not of good quality, India is not going to be served. Only IITs and NITs cannot serve the whole country. And we require to really empower 1 million, students and about 0.4 million faculty who are there in those institutions. I think that is where that faculty development program under Atal Academy is empowering faculty. And many programs are empowering our students.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. In fact, very rightly, now because of the new pandemic, the pandemic has taught us as to how to have continuous evaluation system rather than having that mid-semester, end-semester examination where people, as you said, were writing 10 pages, 15 pages answers and all that. I think pandemic has taught us as to how to have a continuous evaluation, also to keep the students abreast always within the subject, and also not to have this last minute learning in the week and just vomiting in the answer scripts in the examinations and all that. So I think pandemic has taught us, and very nice to hear from all the details that AICT is doing. Now quickly, and in the last, I just want to have last word from our Sri Amit Khareji. What is your advice to the all IITs so far as the NRF is concerned? Sir.
Thank you, Professor Tiwari. NRF is a new concept which has been introduced in the National Education Policy 2020. As I mentioned yesterday, NRF is based somewhat on the NSF model. It will be a little bigger in concept than NSF, to the extent it also includes social sciences. When the discussions were taking place, we thought that science and social science supplement each other. If there is to be a discovery of a vaccine against COVID, there is also a need to attach the social behavior, the distribution chain, and that comes from the social science side. So the research would be encouraged both in the science as well as social science side. What is important is that unlike the past, when we do have research grants which are given to different institutions, but there are limitations. One limitation is that they are institution-wise, and the second limitation is that it is restricted to the government institutes. NRF is working on a project mode. So what they will evaluate is a project. It can be an IIT with a private university. It can be an IIT with another IIT. It can be a consortia. What is important is the project which is being evaluated and not the institution. Till now we have been funding based on the number of students and number of faculty in an institution. Now NRF will be based on the projects which are sanctioned. Secondly, it does not distinguish between the type of institutions. It is open to all institutions, and given the nature of project, the funding will be given. IITs can take great advantage of this NRF, and I think one major for various IITs are not Kharagpur, because Kharagpur is already way ahead in multidisciplinarity, but other IITs which are limiting themselves to only the technology education and developments in the area of technology. I think they can widen their scope to have more disciplines and with the help of research grants, they can develop, particularly in the liberal education, they can move ahead. I think that will be something which the IITs will be able to take advantage of.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now I will pass on to Vardu. Please, within a minute or so, you please thank all the panelists because Minister has to get in, and we will start the next program. Varduji, quickly. Varduji, please. Varduji, please. Yes. Hello? Oh, he's not able to hear. Varduji, please, within a minute, you please thank the panelists.
To all the panelists, thank you very much for the participation and for giving so many ideas that it has in fact become very difficult to note down all the points. But thank you very much. And thanks to Tiwari ji for this very professional and smooth handling of the whole session. With that, I hand over the proceedings to JT ji, I think, to take over and get started on the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are waiting for the Mantri ji. Mantri ji should be coming anytime. And any news, Alulika?
Yeah.
Shiroshi? Any news from Mantri ji's office?
Yes, yes, he was supposed to join at 11 o'clock, so I'm just waiting. We can talk.
Fine. Yeah. So
yes.
Meanwhile,
yeah,
I think we have got...
नमस्कार, मंत्री जी आ गए हैं. सो अभी मैं सबसे पहले चूँकि स्वागत करना चाहता हूँ. नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार. आपको देख करके हमारे सब लोगों को ऊर्जा आ गई है और जैसा कि हम लोग कल से ही आपके इंतज़ार कर रहे थे, लेकिन ठीक है किसी जो चीज़ था उसके चलते आप नहीं आए, वो भी अच्छी चीज़ है क्योंकि हमारे जो बिहेवियर के अंदर वो बहुत बड़ी चीज़ आती है. लेकिन आज आपको देख करके हम लोग इतने खुश हैं और इतने ऊर्जा आ गई है, जो चार्ज अप हम लोग कहते हैं इंग्लिश में, वो हो गए हैं. और हमारे जितने एलुमनाई हैं सब लोग आपके सुनना चाहते थे. उससे पहले कि लोग हम चाहेंगे कि हमारे मंत्री जी के बारे में हम लोग जानना चाहेंगे कैसे हमारे मंत्री जी हैं. Friends, I would like to tell you that we have a very unique personality as Shiksha Mantri, and sir, we are grateful to you. With your permission, I would like to let my friends and all alumni know as to who this our Shiksha Mantri ji is. आइए हम जानते हैं हमारे देश के शिक्षा मंत्री जी के बारे में. See, I will talk in Hindi because it's the one which I love to speak. And I will be slow so that you can understand his contributions in the whole world, the contributions that he has done in his own personal field, and the amount of time that he spends for his work that he takes from anything, whether it is chief ministership or the Shiksha Mantralaya or anything else. So I will start with this. हमारे देश में शिक्षा मंत्री के पद पर श्री मौलाना अबुल कलाम आज़ाद, श्री फखरुद्दीन अली अहमद, श्री वीपी सिंह, श्री अर्जुन सिंह, भारत रत्न श्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी, श्री मुरली मनोहर जोशी जैसे अत्यंत प्रभावी व्यक्तित्व वाले राजनीतिक कार्य कर चुके हैं. इस पद पर आसीन व्यक्ति न सिर्फ राजनीति में बल्कि शिक्षा व संस्कृति में गहरी रुचि रखने वाला होना चाहिए. और इस समय इस पद पर माननीय डॉक्टर रमेश पोखरियाल निशंक जी का चुनाव हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बहुत सोच विचार कर किया है. डॉक्टर निशांक 1991 में कर्णप्रयाग से पहली बार उत्तर प्रदेश विधानसभा के सदस्य निर्वाचित हुए. उसके बाद लगातार 2 बार 1993 और 1996 में भी फिर से विधानसभा सदस्य निर्वाचित हुए. उसके बाद उन्हें 1997 में पहली बार उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार में कैबिनेट मंत्री का दर्जा दिया गया. उन्हें उत्तरांचल विकास विभाग का मंत्री बनाया गया और 1998 में उन्हें संस्कृति व धर्मस्य मंत्रालय का कार्यभार दिया गया. डॉक्टर निशांक की उत्कृष्ट नेतृत्व क्षमता को देखते हुए 2000 में जब पहली बार उत्तराखंड की अलग सरकार बनी, तब एक बार फिर उन्हें बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी गई। उन्हें वित्त, ग्राम विकास, चिकित्सा सहित 12 विभागों का कैबिनेट मंत्री बनाया गया। इसके बाद माननीय निशंक जी मार्च 2007 से लेकर जून 2009 तक उत्तराखंड सरकार में चिकित्सा, स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण, आयुष, विज्ञान व प्रौद्योगिकी के कैबिनेट मंत्री रहे। जून में ही डॉक्टर निशंक को उत्तराखंड का मुख्यमंत्री बनाया गया और वे इस पद पर 2011 तक बने रहे। वे उत्तराखंड के 5वें मुख्यमंत्री रहे। 2011 में मुख्यमंत्री पद से हटने के बाद उन्हें संगठन की जिम्मेदारी दी गई। उन्हें भारतीय जनता पार्टी का राष्ट्रीय उपाध्यक्ष बनाया गया और इस पद पर वो 2013 तक रहे। इसके बाद 2014 में डॉक्टर निशंक ने कांग्रेस के कद्दावर नेता और उत्तराखंड के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री श्री हरीश रावत को हराकर हरिद्वार लोकसभा सीट से पार्टी को सीट जितवाई। तब से लेकर 2019 तक उन्हें लोकसभा की सरकारी आश्वासन समिति का सभापति के पद पर भी रहे। माननीय मंत्री जी के सम्मान में मॉरिशस के प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा था, ये मार्क करने की चीज़ है, माननीय मंत्री जी के सम्मान में मॉरिशस के प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा था कि डॉक्टर निशंक दुनिया के पहले ऐसे राजनीतिज्ञ हैं जिनमें राजनीति, साहित्य और संस्कृति का एक समागम देखने को मिलता है। मैं रिपीट करता हूँ, डॉक्टर निशंक दुनिया के पहले ऐसे राजनीतिज्ञ हैं जिनमें राजनीति, साहित्य और संस्कृति का एक समागम देखने को मिलता है। एक बेहद गरीब परिवार से आने वाले आदरणीय मंत्री जी की शिक्षा के प्रति लगन इसी बात से जानी जा सकती है कि वो पढ़ने के लिए 7 किलोमीटर लंबे कठिन पहाड़ी रास्तों को पार करते थे। बहुत बड़ी बात है। डॉक्टर निशंक का सिर्फ एक कुशल राजनीतिज्ञ हैं, बल्कि एक समर्थ लेखक भी हैं। सक्रिय राजनीति में रहते हुए भी लेखन का काम जारी रखा है और वो 75 से ज़्यादा पुस्तकें लिख चुके हैं, जो कि पूरी दुनिया और भारत में 10 से ज़्यादा भाषाओं में प्रकाशित हुई हैं। इन 75 किताबों में काव्य संग्रह एवं कथा संग्रह शामिल है और उनमें से बहुत सी रचनाओं का अंग्रेजी, तमिल, तेलुगु, मराठी, जर्मन, फ्रेंच आदि कई भाषाओं में अनुवाद हो चुका है। बहुत बड़ी बात है। डॉक्टर निशंक द्वारा रचित पहला काव्य संग्रह समर्पण 1983 में प्रकाशित हुआ था, जिसका लोकार्पण पूर्व राष्ट्रपति डॉक्टर शंकर दयाल शर्मा जी ने किया था। माननीय मंत्री जी की पुस्तकों का अनावरण पूर्व राष्ट्रपति भारत रत्न डॉक्टर APJ अब्दुल कलाम सहित पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री भारत रत्न श्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी, पूर्व राष्ट्रपति श्री प्रणब मुखर्जी जी जैसे सम्मानित राजनीतिज्ञों ने भी किया है एवं मंत्री जी की रचनाओं को सराहा है। एक बार पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री भारत रत्न श्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी, जो कि स्वयं साहित्य के और कविताओं की बहुत अच्छी समझ रखते हैं, ने एक समारोह के दौरान माननीय मंत्री जी की प्रशंसा करते हुए कहा था कि शायद ही दुनिया में कोई ऐसा राजनीतिज्ञ हो जो राजनीति और साहित्य दोनों में एक साथ सक्रिय हो। डॉक्टर निशंक देश के पहले ऐसे शिक्षा मंत्री हैं जिनकी 25 से ज़्यादा रचनाओं पर शोध चल रहा है और छात्र PhD और DLit के थीसिस तैयार कर रहे हैं। निशंक जी पर 7 शोध और 7 लघु शोध हो चुके हैं, जबकि 10 शोध और 2 DLit चल रहे हैं। शिक्षा मंत्रालय जैसा अहम मंत्रालय संभालने वाले श्री निशंक पहले ऐसे शिक्षा मंत्री हैं जिन्हें न सिर्फ अपने देश में बल्कि विदेशों में भी सम्मान मिला है। जहां एक ओर माननीय मंत्री जी का भूटान, युगांडा, नेपाल और मॉरिशस के प्रधानमंत्रियों द्वारा सम्मान मिला, वहीं उनकी साहित्यिक कला को UAE, दक्षिण अफ्रीका, बेल्जियम, यूक्रेन, इंडोनेशिया, जापान और थाईलैंड में सम्मानित किया जा चुका है। देश के महत्वपूर्ण मंत्रालयों में से एक की कमान संभालने एवं देश विदेशों से सम्मानित होने के बावजूद भी माननीय डॉक्टर निशंक जी मृदुभाषी हैं होने के साथ साथ बहुत ही सरल व्यक्तित्व के धनी हैं और इतने सालों की कड़ी मेहनत के बावजूद आज भी वह स्वयं को देश की सेवा के लिए तत्पर रखते हैं और पूरे दिन में सिर्फ, हमको तो लगता है 4-5 लिखा हुआ है, मुझे लगता है कि शायद 2 या 3 घंटा आप सोते होंगे और मैं ये भी जानता हूँ कि पूरे मंत्रालय में लोग आपको बहुत प्यार करते हैं और क्योंकि आदर और भाव से जो आप कर रखे हैं इससे हम लोग बहुत ही प्रभावित हुए हैं और इससे हम लोग को मार्गदर्शन मिलता है। आदरणीय मंत्री जी, आपका स्वागत है। हम अब चाहेंगे कि जो हमारे 3 जो सेशंस हुए थे, 4 सेशन हुए थे, तो 3 सेशन के बताने के लिए सभी सेशन चेयरमैन को हम कहेंगे कि वो अपने सूक्ष्म बातों को ही केवल रखें, उसके बाद हमारे मंत्री जी को हम लोग सुनेंगे। तो हम क्विकली चाहेंगे कि जेटली जी बताइए, लोग अपना कहें, सूक्ष्म ही बात रखना है, बहुत बातें कही गई हैं, हर सेशन में बहुत कुछ कहा गया है और सब चीज़ को हम लोगों ने रिकॉर्ड किया है और इसमें पुस्तक बनेगी जिसमें हमारे मंत्री जी का, हमारे सेक्रेटरी का, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री और प्रेसिडेंट का भी ये संवाद रहेगा या उनकी जो भी वो कहे हैं वो तो रहेगा ही, उसके बावजूद भी हम उनका आशीर्वाद लेना चाहेंगे और वो रहेगा। और ये पूरी पुस्तक जो होगी वो पुस्तक हम लोग सबको देना चाहेंगे, ई फॉर्म में भी रहेगा और हम लोग कुछ हार्ड कॉपीज़ भी बनाएंगे जिससे हम सबको देंगे। तो हम कमांडर जेटली जी चाहेंगे कि आप क्विकली जो सेक्शन के चेयर पर्सन्स थे उनसे कहें कि वो 2-2 मिनट 3-3 मिनट में ही करें ताकि हम लोग अपने मंत्री जी का संबोधन सुन सकें और उनका मार्गदर्शन जान लें।
प्रणाम मंत्री जी, कल हमारे 2 सेशन हुए और आज भी 2 सेशन हुए। सबसे पहले सेशन में IITs गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट्स के डायरेक्टर्स थे और उसका संचालन किया था प्रमोद कुमार जैन जी ने, जो कि BHU IIT के डायरेक्टर हैं। तो मैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा प्रमोद जैन जी से कि समरी बताइए, फाइनल रिकमेंडेशंस निकल के आई उसमें से। प्रमोद कुमार जैन जी।
प्रणाम माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री जी, शिक्षा सचिव अमित खरे जी और VK तिवारी जी और बाकी सभी जो विद्वान लोग इस प्रोग्राम से जुड़े हैं। कल हमारे सेशन का एक जो थीम था वो ये था कि स्टेटस ऑफ गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस इन अट्रैक्टिंग फॉरेन स्टूडेंट्स। इसमें हमारे पास 4 एमिनेंट स्पीकर्स थे। उनमें से एक प्रोफेसर सुधीर कुमार जैन, डायरेक्टर IIT गांधीनगर, प्रोफेसर TG सीताराम, डायरेक्टर IIT गुवाहाटी, प्रोफेसर RT कृष्णन, डायरेक्टर IIM बैंगलोर एंड प्रोफेसर MK सुरप्पा, वाइस चांसलर अन्ना यूनिवर्सिटी। इन सभी लोगों को हमने करीब 10 मिनट का समय दिया था अपने विचार रखने के लिए। तो सभी लोगों ने जो अपने विचार रखे उनमें से हम लोगों ने कुछ 5 बिंदुओं पर अपने आप को केंद्रित किया एक समरी के रूप में। मैं वो समरी आप लोगों के सामने प्रस्तुत करना चाहता हूँ। इसमें जो एक सबसे बड़ा ये कह सकते हैं कि इशू था कि हम लोगों को अपना स्टेटस चेक सबसे पहले करना चाहिए कि हमारे देश में अभी तक इंटरनेशनल विदेशी छात्रों का क्या प्रतिशत है, किस संस्थान में कितने विदेशी छात्र आते हैं, अगर आते हैं तो उन संस्थान का क्या ऐसी खासियत है, क्या ऐसी विशेषता है जिससे कि वो उन छात्रों को अपनी तरफ आकर्षित कर पाते हैं। उसमें जो एक बिंदु निकल के आया वो था कि डाइवर्सिटी। अगर हम अपने प्रोग्राम्स को, एकेडमिक प्रोग्राम्स को डाइवर्सिफाई करें और विदेशी छात्रों को एक अलग अलग प्रकार के प्रोग्राम जिसमें साइंस का भी हो सकता है, टेक्नोलॉजी भी हो सकता है, सोशल साइंसेस भी हो सकते हैं और आर्ट्स बाकी सब हो सकते हैं, तो उसमें अगर हम उनके सामने अपना एक एकेडमिक स्ट्रक्चर प्रोग्राम इस तरह से डिज़ाइन करें कि उनको उनकी चॉइस के प्रोग्राम्स मिलें। इसमें जैसे 3 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ बहुत अच्छा कर रही हैं, जिसमें JNU है, BHU है एंड यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ हैदराबाद है। कारण ये है कि उनके पास बहुत ही डाइवर्सिफाइड एकेडमिक प्रोग्राम। तो एक बिंदु ये उभर के आया। दूसरा बिंदु ये था कि जो हमारे पास अभी विदेशी छात्रों को आकर्षित करने के लिए एक फंडिंग मैकेनिज्म का एक बहुत बड़ा कई बार इशू होता है। तो उसमें भारत सरकार ने बहुत सारी सुविधाएं की हैं, जैसे अभी एशियान छात्रों के लिए 1000 फेलोशिप्स का प्रावधान किया है, जैसे स्टडी इन इंडिया प्रोग्राम है और बहुत सारी स्कीम्स हैं। तो एक डिस्कशन में ये पॉइंट आया कि क्या इन स्कीम्स को हम थोड़ा सा रीलुक करें, इनको और ज़्यादा अट्रैक्टिव बनाएं, जिससे कि इनको हम एक तो जो विदेशों में इनका हम प्रचार प्रसार कर सकें, अपने जो हमारे मंत्रालय के विभिन्न अंग जो विदेशों में जिनके ऑफिसेस हैं उनके थ्रू, या कुछ सेमिनार वेबिनार करके, या वहाँ की फैकल्टी को हम इंटरेक्ट करके क्या हम स्कीम्स को पॉपुलराइज कर सके, जिससे कि स्टूडेंट्स को मालूम हो कि मेरे पास ये एक सुविधा है भारत में पढ़ने के लिए, जो कि फंडिंग सपोर्ट मुझे मिल सकता है। एक बिंदु जो उभर के आया वो ये था कि जो भी बच्चा बाहर से आएगा पढ़ने के लिए, विदेशी छात्र, कई बार ये होता है कि उसको अपना रिटर्न ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट कहिए या जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी कहिए या एक एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटी अगर यहाँ पे वर्क वीज़ा के थ्रू या कैसे भी यहाँ पे मिल सकता है उनको, तो उसको शिक्षा के बाद कुछ यहाँ पे वर्क एक्सपीरियंस भी होगा और उसके बाद वो मैसेज फिर बाहर अपने देश में लेकर के जाएगा और बताएगा कि वहाँ पे अगर आप पढ़ेंगे, उसके बाद पढ़ने के बाद आपके पास काम करने की अपॉर्चुनिटी भी होगी और उस अपॉर्चुनिटी को फिर बाकी लोग भी हो सकता है कि यूज करना चाहें और उससे एक हमारा एक नंबर बढ़ेगा। एक जो सबसे बड़ा इशू कल सबके साथ डिस्कशन में आया वो था कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, क्योंकि अक्सर हम ये देखते हैं कि IITs में या सभी संस्थान में, स्पेशली जो सरकारी संस्थान हैं, उसमें हम लोग एक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ये कोशिश करते हैं कि हमारे जितने सभी छात्र हैं उनको एक ही तरह का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हम दें, जिसमें हॉस्टल्स हो सकता है, जिसमें डॉर्मेटरीज हो सकती हैं और कोई भी तरीका हो सकता है। लेकिन कई बार जरूरत यह है कि अगर हम किसी डेवलप कंट्री से कोई विद्यार्थी आना चाहता है तो उसके रिक्वायरमेंट हो सकता है कि थोड़ा सा अलग हों, तो उस इशू को कैसे हैंडल किया जाए, कैसे हम हार्ड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो कि हॉस्टल्स की फॉर्म में हो सकता है, जो कि और किसी खाने के उनकी जो कह सकते हैं कि प्रेफरेंसेस हो सकते हैं उसके फॉर्म में हो सकता है, तो उन इश्यूज को हम कैसे एड्रेस करें सरकारी संस्थानों में कि हम उनको जो उनके रिक्वायरमेंट्स है उनको कुछ मीट आउट कर सकें। एक जो इशू बाद में बात करते करते आया कि हमारे जो प्रोसीजर्स हैं और जो पॉलिसीज हैं संस्थान में होते हैं, संस्थान एक स्वायत्त संस्थान की तरह से काम करते हैं, IITs और बहुत सारे सरकारी संस्थान, तो क्या हम अपनी जो पॉलिसीज एंड प्रोसीजर्स हैं जिसमें एडमिशन का हो सकता है या जिसमें और कोई ऐसा तरीका हो सकता है, क्या उनको कुछ हम फ्रेंडली बना सकते हैं कि वो एक हैजल फ्री टाइप का एक उनका एडमिशन प्रोसेस या एक जो उनका एडमिशन फॉर्म और एवरीथिंग क्या हम उसको उस तरह से प्रोसेस कर सकते हैं। तो उन चीज़ों के ऊपर भी एक बिंदु था और वो काफ़ी मुझे लगता है कि और जो एक और बिंदु सभी पैनलिस्ट ने किया कि अगर हमारे यहाँ संस्थानों में विदेशी विद्यार्थियों की संख्या बढ़ती है तो ये हमारे अपने एकेडमिक प्रोग्राम्स को भी डाइवर्सिफिकेशन की तरफ लेकर के जाएगा, क्योंकि हमारे जो छात्र हैं, भारतीय छात्र हैं, वो भी उनसे कुछ सीखेंगे और वो हमसे कुछ सीखेंगे और ये हमें फिर एक रैंकिंग जो सिस्टम है दुनिया में चल रहे हैं उसमें भी हमें एक किस्म से सपोर्ट करेगा हमारा एक रैंकिंग ऊपर ले जाने में। तो ये सभी बिंदु थे जो मुख्यतः सभी पैनलिस्ट ने डिस्कस किए और बाकी जो ऑडियंस थे उनकी तरफ से भी क्वेश्चंस आए थे, तो वो सभी इन्हीं बिंदुओं पे मुख्यतः फिक्स थे। हमने एक समरी बनाया है, हम प्रोफेसर तिवारी को समरी भेजेंगे, तो मैं आशा करता हूं कि ये जो हमारे एक समरी और ये बिंदु कुछ उभर के आए हैं तो ये नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में कहीं भी कुछ हमारा एक सहयोग करेंगे। धन्यवाद सर।
थैंक यू प्रमोद कुमार जी। इसके बाद सर सेकेंड सेशन हुआ जिसमें कि प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशंस थे and we came to the conclusion that the contribution of private sector in attracting foreign students is much more than the government institutions. They have attracted many more foreign students and they have earned the foreign exchange for India also. And the session chair for that was Shovik Bhattacharya ji, Vice Chancellor BITS Pilani. So may I request Shovik Bhattacharya ji, please brief sir.
Namaskar, Manya Shiksha Mantri ji. Greetings from BITS Pilani to all the distinguished delegates and coordinators. I am from IIT Kharagpur. I'm a faculty member of IIT Kharagpur, currently on Liaison at BITS Pilani. So I have a special feeling for this event, of course. My co-panelists, there were three of them, distinguished panelists, Professor Sandeep Sancheti, Vice Chancellor of SRM University, Dr. R. Gopal, Director, DOI Patil School of Management, and Professor S. Vaidya-Subramaniam, Vice Chancellor, Shastra, Deemed University. The session was coordinated by Sri Raja Venkataraman, Treasurer, PanIIT. We felt that campuses with international students are the contemporary microcosm that the current generation needs for producing global leaders of tomorrow. So that's a central thought. And then these are the recommendations briefly that surfaced during the session. The campus student life in general and accommodation in particular, the hard and soft infrastructure, we must improve that. That is surely a deal breaker in the international students' decision to choose an institute. It's important to build a physical presence, however small, in target countries with large student prospects, helping build trust with students and parents, and showing that as a nation, we are in it for the long haul. So we must be present in those countries, and the government could help create such facilities overseas, maybe as an annex to the embassy. Leading Indian universities should have free access to these facilities to do their campaigns and liaisoning functions. That will be a great boost for individual institutes, both in the government and private sector. We also felt that the government and private sectors, the issues are pretty generic. There is nothing special about private sector that's not valid for the government sector as such. Study in India program that you all have, it's a good beginning, but we felt that we could use a makeover with a contemporary and more youthful approach and feel. Current international students in India, in variety of institutes, maybe more so in the private sector, should be brought into its fold for a direct perception input, and use a select group of these foreign students as brand ambassadors for the Study in India program. The EDSIL-led approach could be more agile, we felt, in synchronicity with the admission calendars of the leading universities. Government may consider stepping out of the centralized student application process. Leave that to the individual institutes, as is done in most successful places overseas. Instead, we could create and nurture, the government could create and nurture the ecosystem, host educational fairs overseas, help in institutionalized marketing, do impactful branding, etc., to project India as the next educational hub for target countries and target programs. A credible India campaign to make it the desirable destination. That's where we need the government to act clinically. It will be a great boost for all of us at the universities. Sir, removing unnecessary barriers to our nomenclatures, for example, deemed to be universities, will be a big help. These sort of nomenclature raises doubts and skepticism in the minds of aspiring foreign students. Should be fixed immediately, in my opinion and our opinion. There is a financial aspect, let me touch upon this, it's very important. Leverage collective strength of higher educational institutes to raise and repay soft loan from international financial institutions to create infrastructure. Capital infusion is a very important item today to create attractive infrastructure, both in the research sector as well as for the student life on campus. Top institutions in the country, we provided long-term soft loans, each through a HEFA equivalence for foreign denominated loans. This provides access to competitive financial instruments from development banks, multilateral funding agencies, etc. And Government of India could extend a joint guarantee with the higher educational institution borrower. This shall be exclusive for an international standard ecosystem in HEI campuses. Repayment and cost of finance should be entirely borne by the borrower, meaning the educational institute, with strict selection and compliance norms. The next recommendation, the last but one, is disrupting and removing regulatory hurdles in online education, make it more liberal to export India's soft educational and civilization assets. NEP is a brilliant step forward, but maybe we could do a little more if needed. Traditional medicine, culture, language, literature, music, we can always promote those. The new regulations, as I said, is extremely welcome, but still needs improvisation to fully capitalize on the explosive potential we have to internationalize and also export India's soft intellectual assets. Also need a policy for creation and promotion of joint online courses using SIAM by Indian and foreign faculty for Indian and foreign students. The last recommendation from our session, regionalize or globalize NTA, the National Testing Agency, with an action plan to attract Indian diaspora worldwide and foreign students from regional neighbors as phase 1, and a detailed roadmap for phase 2 to attract students from distant geographies. We could use a 10-year action plan with a think big vision. Project Atlas, supported by the Ford Foundation, the US Department of State, IIE, and country partners, could be a good input to start with, we felt. Thank you so much for the opportunity to express our views. We believe there is value in having the presence of private sector academic leadership in government task forces and NEP implementation teams. We believe we are also dedicated to the service of the nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Bhattacharya. Sir, the third session was in the morning, and we started a bit early, 8:30, because the US participants were there in that, from top universities of US. And the session owner for that, Shri Ram Gupta ji, he is still very much there with us. I think it's around 2 o'clock, middle of the night there. And he's there to do what happened. The topic was global alliances, gaps, and bridging them. That was our session. And I'll request Ram Gupta ji to brief, sir.
Namaste, Mantri ji. Namaste, Amit Khare ji and Director Tiwari ji. Greetings from Washington, D.C. Our panel was a brilliant panel representing 4 different universities in the United States. Dr. Geeta Mehta was representing Columbia University in New York. Pradeep Khosla was representing University of California in San Diego, where he is the chancellor. Prabhat Hajela was representing RPI, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, where he is the provost. And Prit Banerjee was representing University of Illinois and Northwestern, where he has been the dean previously. Now, I represent the alumni of the IITs in the United States. I left India almost 50 years ago, originally from state of Haryana, and graduate of IIT Kharagpur. Our panel in general felt that India has the technical superiority to offer education to anybody worldwide and better than anybody else. So that's not even a question. We have the educational talent, we have the professors, and there is absolutely no question about it. Some of the technical things that we talked about have already been discussed by Professor Shouvik Bhattacharya and Professor Jain. What I'm going to talk about briefly is a perception issue. Professor Hajela said that out of the students that go abroad from there, 2/3 of them are women. And so perception among women is about their security and physical infrastructure that they'll be able to live in. So if something can be done, and this cannot be done overnight, this will take few years to improve that perception that India is a safe place, is a hospitable place, and this idea of a 3-week induction program is absolutely an excellent program, and it should be implemented fully all over. Now, some of the issues we talked about, we're going to talk about in a major conference we're doing, the PanIIT is doing, December 4th to 5th, for which Mantri ji, even your office has accepted, and we would be welcoming you to that conference. And it's simply called IIT2020.org. So once again, I thank on behalf of our panel, the organizers inviting us. I think the issue of India, the destination for foreign students, in theory is mute because India has all the talent and technology that's needed. So if you can improve the perception, I think they will be there. And one of the ideas, very briefly, I'll talk about, is to increase the presence of Indian universities abroad. We already have the brand, the IIT brand. Now, if you take that brand abroad and set up small campuses abroad, then will increase the likelihood of many of the students from there coming to India and studying on a full-scale basis. Thank you again. Namaskar.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Sir, the last session was session 4. What makes India as a preferred destination for higher education post NEP 2020? और इसमें हमारे AICTE के चेयरमैन जी भी थे, अमित खरे जी भी थे, और US कंसुलेट की मैडम हॉफमैन थी. So they also feel that yes, it's a great possibility, and NEP 2020 has laid the way for greater collaboration between the two countries, and of course Indian universities can go abroad and they can come to India now. तो हालांकि I think Professor VK Tiwari ji इसकी कर रहे थे session chair, but I think I'll request Amit Khare ji that he can overall summarize, including this session also. Amit Khare sir.
Yes.
धन्यवाद. पिछले 2 दिनों से जो सम्मेलन चल रहा है और विशेष रूप से आईआईटी के पूर्व छात्र, आईआईटी के सभी फैकल्टी मेंबर और साथ में जो अन्य विश्वविद्यालयों के, निजी विश्वविद्यालयों को के कुलपति और वहाँ के प्राध्यापकों को इसमें जोड़ा गया है. और इसमें कई विशेष बातें सामने आई हैं. कुछ की समरी अभी संक्षेप में कमांडर जेटली और साथियों ने बताई. कुछ बिंदु जो बड़े महत्वपूर्ण हैं, एक तो राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में इसके क्रियान्वयन में सभी संस्थानों का, विशेष रूप से निजी संस्थान सामने आ रहे हैं, उनकी भागीदारी हमको सुनिश्चित करनी चाहिए. विशेष रूप से अगर इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन की बात की जाए तो देश में निजी संस्थानों ने, प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज ने काफी अच्छा काम किया है. उनके पास अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी है और अच्छी व्यवस्थाएं भी हैं. तो इस क्षेत्र में और एनईपी के कार्यान्वयन के क्षेत्र में निजी क्षेत्र की बड़ी भूमिका होगी. उनको भी जो हमारे सरकारी संस्थान हैं, इनके साथ ही एक मौका होना चाहिए. दूसरी जो चर्चा एक बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण रही कि ज्ञान प्लस, स्पार्क, इन कार्यक्रमों के माध्यम से जो संबंध भारतीय संस्थानों के फैकल्टी और रिसर्चर्स के अन्य देशों के साथ बन रहे हैं, इसको एक कदम और आगे बढ़ाकर अगर हम लोग नई शिक्षा नीति के अंतर्गत 1 सेमेस्टर 2 सेमेस्टर के कोर्स ऑफर करने लगे तो इससे भी और भारत को ज्ञान का केंद्र बनाने का एक महत्वपूर्ण कार्य संपन्न हो सके. प्रोफेसर अनिल सहस्त्रबुद्धे ने अपने चर्चा के दौरान भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा, इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम पर जोर दिया और इसको राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति ने विशेष रूप से स्वीकार किया है, उस पर बल दिया है. इस अवसर पर राष्ट्रीय ज्ञान, जो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपराएं रही हैं, उसको हमारे
नॉट ऑडिबल सर, नॉट ऑडिबल सर.
Okay. It's okay. So please check your local system. Okay, I can hear very loudly. Fine, sir. Please go ahead.
भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के बारे में जो बात हुई है उसको हम ऐसा न रखें कि एक अलग से एक साइलो बन जाए, दिस इज द इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम। उसको जो हमारे पाठ्यक्रम है उसके साथ देखा जाए और वो एक ऐसा क्षेत्र होगा जिसमें बाहर के छात्र काफी रुचि रखेंगे। कमांडर जेटली ने 2 साल पहले भी इस पर IIT के छात्र को साथ, पूर्व छात्रों के साथ बड़ा सम्मेलन किया था और काफी इस पर चर्चा करके सुझाव दिए थे। उनमें से कुछ सुझाव राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में भी आए हैं और मैं विशेष रूप से यहाँ पर कहना चाहूँगा कि जैसे श्री रॉन गुप्ता, ये अभी रात में 2 बजे वहाँ अमेरिका से हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। IIT के और भी PanIIT के बहुत से लोग रात में 2 बजे कोई अमेरिका से, कोई अन्य देशों से जुड़े हुए हैं। और जैसा मैंने कल मंत्री जी को उद्घाटन सत्र के बाद बताया था कि कमांडर जेटली और रॉन गुप्ता जी और वरदराजन जी, इन लोगों ने पॉलिसी को बड़े ध्यान से पढ़ा है। यानी पॉलिसी की चर्चा न केवल देश के शिक्षण संस्थानों में बल्कि पूर्व छात्रों में और विदेश में भी, और लोग पैराग्राफ वाइज उस पॉलिसी को देख रहे हैं कि इसमें भारत के आगे बढ़ने की क्या संभावनाएं होंगी, विश्व पटल पर भारत और अन्य देशों के साथ सहयोग की क्या संभावनाएं होंगी, क्या IIT के जो वर्तमान व्यवस्था है और जो हमारे पूर्व छात्र हैं वे मिलकर विदेश में IIT को ले जाएं और विदेश के जो अच्छे संस्थान हैं उनको देश में लाएं। तो ये बहुत ही अच्छा प्रयास रहा है और NEP के आगे क्रियान्वयन के लिए भी बहुत से सुझाव इसमें आए हैं, क्योंकि पहला फेज था राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति का अनावरण जो कि 29 जुलाई को। दूसरा फेज जो अभी चल रहा है कि शिक्षा नीति के बारे में, उसके विभिन्न पहलुओं के बारे में जिसमें अंतर्राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा एक महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु है, इसके बारे में चर्चा हो। और तीसरा चरण है कि इसको जल्द से जल्द क्रियान्वित किया जाए। तो उसमें बहुत से सुझाव आए हैं, विशेषकर कि हम किस तरह से अपनी शिक्षा प्रणाली को, विदेशों की शिक्षा प्रणाली को एक रूपता उसमें ला करके और छोटे छोटे कोर्स बना करके टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से, जैसे स्वयं और स्वयं प्रभा की भी चर्चा हुई कि टेक्नोलॉजी इनेबल्ड एजुकेशन जो अभी महामारी हुई उसमें शिक्षा टेक्नोलॉजी पर बड़ा बल अब हम लोग दे रहे हैं। और चूंकि भारत सॉफ्टवेयर टेक्नोलॉजी में काफ़ी आगे है और कंटेंट में भी काफ़ी आगे है, तो क्यों नहीं हम लोग जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पटल है, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर, वी कैन हैव मोर कोर्सेज ऑफ स्वयं एंड दैट विल आल्सो अट्रैक्ट द इंटरनेशनल पीपल टू आवर कंट्री। तो ये संक्षेप में मैं बता रहा था और विशेष रूप से जो आपकी अनुशंसाएं आएंगी मंत्रालय उस पर गंभीरता से, पूर्व में भी जो आपकी 2017 में अनुशंसाएं आई थी उस पर मंत्रालय ने नीति बनाते समय काफ़ी ध्यान दिया था और इस बार भी जो आपके रिकमेंडेशंस आएंगे डिटेल में उस पर आगे मंत्रालय विचार करके क्रियान्वित करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
Tiwari ji, please take charge.
अभी मैं चाहूँगा कि हमारे आदरणीय मंत्री जी हम लोग का मार्गदर्शन करें। आपके सामने हम लोगों ने रखा कि पिछले 4 सेशंस में जो भी बातें हुई, आपने सुना कि हमारे जितने पूर्व छात्र हैं वो किस किस अवस्था में हैं, कितनी कितनी दूरी से हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं और IIT खड़गपुर के लिए वो सब कुछ करना चाहते हैं जो हमारा देश चाहता है। तो और हमने आपके बारे में सबको बता चुके हैं और सब लोग बहुत ही लालायित हैं कि कब आपके शब्द सुनेंगे ताकि हम लोग समझें कि क्या हमारे देश का शिक्षा मंत्री चाहते हैं और हमारा देश चाहता है। सब मंत्री जी हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें। भारत उच्च शिक्षा हेतु वैश्विक गंतव्य राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 और के इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार में उपस्थित देश और दुनिया के हर क्षेत्र से जुड़े मैं सभी भाई और बहनों का अभिनंदन कर रहा हूँ। इसमें हमारे उच्च शिक्षा के सचिव अमित खरे जी, IIT खड़गपुर के निदेशक प्रोफेसर वीके तिवारी जी, पूर्व छात्र फाउंडेशन इंडिया के अध्यक्ष वरद राजन शेषमानी जी, इस को पूरा संयोजित कर रहे हैं, और IIT भुवनेश्वर बोर्ड के जो हमारे अध्यक्ष भी हैं कमांडर वीके जेटली जी, जो इसको भी कमांड कर रहे हैं, हमारे जो खड़गपुर IIT फाउंडेशन के जो अध्यक्ष हैं, और आज जो पूरी दुनिया में खड़गपुर से जो निकले पूर्व छात्र हैं उनकी संरक्षण में, अध्यक्षता में जो सब लोग एकजुट होकर के आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, ऐसे श्री रणबीर गुप्ता जी, प्रोफेसर अनिल सहस्रबुद्धे जी, प्रोफेसर भट्टाचार्य जी, IIT के सभी संकाय, सभी रजिस्ट्रार्स, सभी शोध छात्र, सभी उपस्थित भाई और बहनों, और मुझे लगता है कि आज इस अवसर पर लगभग 50,000 से भी अधिक लोगों के जुड़े होने का जो अनुमान है, और दुनिया के लगभग तमाम देशों से जो लोग जुड़े हैं, मैं उनका बहुत स्वागत कर रहा हूँ। मेरे लिए ये क्षण बहुत गर्व के भी हैं, हर्ष के भी हैं और प्रेरणा के भी हैं। जब कल अमित खरे ने मुझे बताया कि सब लोगों ने हमारी नई शिक्षा नीति को इतना व्यापक तरीके से पढ़ा है, उसके एक एक बिंदु पर गहन विमर्श करके अपनी आशाओं को व्यक्त किया है, तो मुझे खुशी हुई है। मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ क्योंकि आप पूरी दुनिया में फैले हुए हैं और भारत की धरती पर खड़े होकर के आपने विश्व में अपनी सुगंध को फैलाया है। मैं क्योंकि आप तो सभी विद्वत जन हैं और आपके सामने तो मैं केवल आपको शुभकामना देने के लिए आपके बीच आया हूँ, लेकिन मैं सोचता हूँ कि हमको कितना गौरव महसूस होता है कि हम उस देश के लोग हैं आज जिस देश को विश्व गुरु कहा जाता था, जिसको कहा है एतद् देश प्रसूतस्य सकाशादग्र जन्मना स्वम स्वम चरित्रम शिक्षरन पृथ्व्याम सर्व मानवा। पूरी दुनिया के लोगों ने जिसकी लीडरशिप को हमेशा स्वीकार किया हो, तक्षशिला, नालंदा और विक्रमशिला जैसे विश्वविद्यालय जिस देश में रहे हों, जब दुनिया में कोई विश्वविद्यालय न होता हो और तब पूरी दुनिया के लोग ज्ञान, विज्ञान, अनुसंधान और जीवन दर्शन की शिक्षा प्राप्त करने के लिए हिंदुस्तान की धरती पर आते हों, वो हिंदुस्तान जो हर क्षेत्र में सारे विश्व में हमेशा से हमेशा लीडरशिप देता रहा है, उस हिंदुस्तान की जब वो पीछे की उस गरिमा को हम देखते हैं, उसके वैभव को देखते हैं, तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि स्वाभाविक कि हमको इस बात का गर्व होता होगा कि मेरा जो देश का, हिंदुस्तान का जो विचार है, जो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की भावना है, आयम निजः परोवती गणना लघु चेतसा मुदार चरिता नाम तू वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, पूरी वसुधा को जो अपना परिवार मानता हो, ऐसे श्रेष्ठ विचार के साथ और उस परिवार के लिए भी सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, कि जब तक धरती पर एक प्राणी दुखी होगा मैं सुख का एहसास नहीं करूंगा। पहले मैं उसके दुख, उसके अवसाद, उसके संकट, उसकी परेशानी, उसके कष्ट का निवारण करूंगा, तब मैं सुखी हो सकता हूं। इस बड़े
विचार के साथ जो हमारी शिक्षा दीक्षा हुई है, जिस धरती ने दुनिया के लोगों को माता भूमि पुत्रो हम पृथिव्या, ये पूरी धरती माँ है, इसमें हमने जन्म लिया है, हम पूरी इस धरती के पुत्र पुत्रियां हैं और इसलिए इस धरती को कष्ट नहीं देना, हम सब एकजुट होकर के हम आगे बढ़ेंगे, ज्ञान विज्ञान अनुसंधान के क्षेत्र में आगे जाएंगे। इस विचार को रखने वाला हिंदुस्तान पूरी दुनिया में हमेशा से ही प्रेरणा का स्रोत रहा है। मैं ये समझता हूँ कि यदि हम थोड़ा सा पीछे जाएं, क्योंकि मैं उस बात को इसलिए याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ क्योंकि पीछे की सैकड़ों वर्षों की गुलामी की थपेड़ों ने भले ही हमको हमारी जड़ों से अलग करने की कोशिश की हो, लेकिन आज भी दुनिया इस बात को समझती है कि जो भारत के वैज्ञानिक रहे हैं वो आज भी सारा विश्व उसकी आधारशिला पर खड़ा हो रहा है। मैं समझता हूं कि चाहे सुश्रुत शल्य चिकित्सा का जनक इस हिंदुस्तान की धरती पर पैदा होता है, यदि सुश्रुत शल्य चिकित्सा का जनक जहां पैदा होता है वहीं आयुषो वेदा आयुर्वेद, इस आयु का जो विज्ञान है वो आयुर्वेद का भी जन्मदाता हिंदुस्तान की धरती पर पूरे विश्व के लोगों के सुख शांति समृद्धि और उनके शरीर की रक्षा के लिए ये चरक भी इसी धरती पर पैदा होता हो। और आर्यभट्ट दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा गणितज्ञ, यदि वो आर्यभट्ट भी इस धरती पर पैदा होता हो, और आर्यभट्ट ही नहीं ऋषि कणाद जो अणु और परमाणु का विश्लेषक रहा हो, उस प्राचीन भारत का ऐसा महान वैज्ञानिक, और भास्कराचार्य जो ज्योतिष विज्ञान और खगोल विज्ञान की दिशा में जिनका पूरी दुनिया में अपना नाम रहा हो। मैं समझता हूं चाहे वो महर्षि भारद्वाज हो, चाहे वो श्रीनिवास रामानुज हो, त्रिकोणमिति और रेखा गणित के जो दुनिया को नया चीज देने वाला, और चाहे बौधायन हो, चाहे वो पाणिनि भाषा विज्ञान का शीर्ष दुनिया का पाणिनि हो, और चाहे योग का पतंजलि हो, वो पतंजलि ऋषि हो, ये जितने भी हैं, चाहे रसायन शास्त्री नागार्जुन हो, यदि मैं इस दिशा में एक श्रृंखला को लेकर के आर की पार चर्चा करूंगा तो मेरा हिंदुस्तान गर्व से गर्वित हो सकता है कि पूरी दुनिया का मार्गदर्शन विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में ज्ञान विज्ञान अनुसंधान नवाचार प्रौद्योगिकी के क्षेत्र में हिंदुस्तान ने लीडरशिप दी है और आज फिर हिंदुस्तान उस दिशा में खड़ा है। मेरे देश के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने कहा मुझे 21वीं भारत का स्वर्णिम भारत चाहिए, एक नया भारत चाहिए मुझे 21वीं सदी में, ऐसा भारत जो सशक्त भारत हो, स्वच्छ भारत हो, समृद्ध भारत हो, आत्मनिर्भर भारत हो, श्रेष्ठ हो और एक भारत हो। और उसके लिए रास्ता भी जिस तरीके से बनाया है, चाहे वो मेक इन इंडिया, डिजिटल इंडिया, स्किल इंडिया, स्टार्टअप, स्टैंड अप जैसे ये रास्तों से हो करके हम फिर विश्व की $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी में जा करके 2024 में ये टारगेट है हमारा। और ये टारगेट ही नहीं है हिंदुस्तान का, ये जो नई शिक्षा नीति आई है, जो राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति जिस पर आप 2 दिनों से व्यापक परामर्श कर रहे हैं, मुझे खुशी है कि कमांडर जेटली साहब ने कहा कि जो पहला सत्र था, हमारे प्रमोद जैन जी जो IIT के हमारे बहुत ही यशस्वी निदेशक भी हैं BHU के, उनकी संयोजकत्व में तमाम लोगों ने जो परामर्श किया, मैंने इसको भी गहन तरीके से नोट किया है। और मेरे सचिव अमित खरे तो लगातार आपके साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। दूसरा सत्र जो शोभित भट्टाचार्य जी जो ब्रिज प्लानिंग के जो हमारे कुलपति हैं, और इनसे भी मेरा लगातार, क्योंकि ये ब्रिज प्लानिंग हमारा IOEB संस्थान है जिसको हम विश्व के शिखर पर देखना चाहते हैं, ऐसे उनके संयोजकत्व में जो बातें आई हैं उसको भी मैंने अच्छे तरीके से नोट किया है। और जो तीसरा सत्र है जिसमें रणबीर गुप्ता जी की अगुवाई में ये सत्र किया, और जिसमें बहुत सारे सुझाव आए और जो आपने परामर्श किया है उसको भी मैंने नोट किया है। और ये जो चौथा सत्र है जिसमें स्वयं प्रोफेसर VK तिवारी, ये इनको जब निदेशक हमने IIT खड़गपुर का आज सुबह में इनको कह रहा था, मैं शुभकामना दे रहा था कि IIT खड़गपुर ने अपना इतिहास बनाया है पूरी दुनिया में, और अब इनकी लीडरशिप में वो अब नई शिक्षा नीति को लेकर के विश्व पर हम छाएंगे, ऐसी मैंने इनको सुबह शुभकामना दी है। हमारे अमित खरे जी ने उसका चौथे सत्र का भी विस्तार पूर्वक दिया है। और मुझे ये भरोसा है कि जिस भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की आपने चर्चा की है, और जिस भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के आधार पर ज्ञान विज्ञान, हम लकीर के फकीर कभी नहीं रहे हैं। हमने तो ज्ञान विज्ञान अनुसंधान नवाचार की दिशा में शिखर को चूमा है। हाँ, जरूरत है उसको समन्वय करने की। कुछ चीजें जो हमारी विस्मृति में चली गई, कुछ चीजों को जिनको हमको जबरदस्ती दूर किया गया। आज जर्मनी जैसा देश 14 विश्वविद्यालय संस्कृत के बना करके, संस्कृत भाषा नहीं है, वो ज्ञान का ऐसा पुंज है जिसमें ज्ञान विज्ञान अनुसंधान के ग्रंथ हैं, उन पर शोध और अनुसंधान हो रहे हैं। आज जरूरत आ गई उसकी, क्योंकि कोई भी देश, और वो भी हम केवल हिंदुस्तान केवल अपने लिए नहीं है। हमने तो जैसे कहा, हम तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की बात करने वाले दुनिया में सुख शांति प्रगति हिंदुस्तान से होकर के गुजरती है। ये पूरी दुनिया इस बात को जानती है। और इसलिए मेरे पूर्व छात्र छात्राओं, आप दुनिया के शिखर पर हर क्षेत्र में गए। अभी मैं देख रहा था, मैंने तिवारी जी से कहा कि प्लीज थोड़ा सा मुझे बताइए कि कौन कौन, तो लंबी चौड़ी प्रमुख लोगों की सूची मेरे पास आई है, जिसमें चाहे हमारे विनोद गुप्ता जी जो अध्यक्ष एवरेस्ट ग्रुप के हों, चाहे पद्मश्री डॉक्टर मनीलाल भौमिक जी हों जो पहले PhD रहे हैं एक IIT खड़गपुर से जिन्होंने किया, चाहे सुंदर पिचाई जो गूगल के CEO हैं, और सुंदर पिचाई ने तो पिछले दिन हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ मिलकर के मुझसे संवाद करके, और प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ मिलकर जिन्होंने 5 से 7 साल में अभी सुंदर पिचाई जी से हमसे जुड़े हुए होंगे, इन्होंने 75,000 करोड़ का निवेश भारत में करने का किया था, जो गूगल फॉर इंडिया डेस्टिनेशन फंड के जरिए ये निवेश होगा। और निवेश का फोकस भारत में डिजिटलीकरण पर होगा, और प्रत्येक भारतीय को उसकी भाषा में कम से कम कीमत पर सभी सूचनाएं उपलब्ध कराने की जरूरत होगी। जो सुंदर पिचाई जी हों, चाहे पद्म भूषण VC कुलानंदन स्वामी जी हों, चाहे डॉक्टर D सुब्बा राव हों जो हमारे रिजर्व बैंक के पूर्व गवर्नर रहे हैं, चाहे प्रदीप खोसला जी हैं, आप सब जुड़े हैं, हरीश चांडे जी हैं, संघमित्रा जी बंदोपाध्याय हैं, अर्जुन जी हैं, रणबीर गुप्ता जी हैं, अशोक कुमार जी। मैं देख रहा था, और पूरी दुनिया में छाए हुए हैं, पूरी दुनिया में छाए हुए हैं मेरे खड़गपुर के छात्र। और यदि मैं खड़गपुर, मुंबई, दिल्ली, कानपुर, चेन्नई में अपने सभी IITs को, टोटल जो मेरे IITs हैं और मेरे आईसर हैं और मेरे केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय हैं, यदि मैं इनकी सारी सूची देखता हूं तो मुझे लगता है कि दुनिया पर तो हम ही छाए हुए हैं, सारी दुनिया पर हम छाए हुए हैं। अब जरूरत है कि जो ये नई शिक्षा नीति आई है, जो नई शिक्षा नीति व्यापक परामर्श के बाद, व्यापक परिवर्तनों के साथ, तमाम सुधारों के से युक्त ये जो नई शिक्षा नीति आई है, मुझे भरोसा है कि ये जो नई शिक्षा, यदि मैं भारत के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताऊं तो आखिर दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतांत्रिक देश भारत का जो शिक्षा का वैभव है, 1000 से अधिक विश्वविद्यालय हैं, 45,000 से अधिक डिग्री कॉलेज हैं, 15 लाख से अधिक स्कूल हैं, 1 करोड़ 9 लाख से तो अधिक अध्यापक हैं। कई देशों की तो कुल जनसंख्या भी 1 करोड़ नहीं है, और कुल अमेरिका की कुल जितनी आबादी है उससे भी ज्यादा 33 करोड़ छात्र छात्राएं हैं। ये है भारत का वैभव कि 33 करोड़ छात्र छात्राओं वाला देश, और आगे 25 सालों तक ये देश यंग इंडिया रहने वाला है, ये जवान इंडिया पूरी दुनिया में यंग रहने वाला है 25 सालों तक। क्या नहीं कर सकते हम। और इसीलिए जो नई शिक्षा नीति आई है, इस पर व्यापक परामर्श हुआ है। शायद दुनिया का किसी भी नीति पर सबसे बड़ा नवाचार हुआ होगा तो इस राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 के लिए हुआ है। पूरी दुनिया में हम गांव से लेकर के लोकसभा तक, ग्राम प्रधान से लेकर के प्रधानमंत्री जी तक, हम शिक्षक से लेकर शिक्षाविदों तक, विशेषज्ञों से लेकर वैज्ञानिकों तक, एनजीओ से लेकर के विविध क्षेत्रों के लोगों तक, ये 33 करोड़ छात्र छात्राओं के अभिभावकों से लेकर के हमने कोई क्षेत्र ऐसा नहीं छोड़ा जिस क्षेत्र में व्यापक परामर्श न किया हो। हमने उसके बाद भी इसका मसौदा पब्लिक डोमेन में डाल करके और सबको कहा हिंदुस्तान करवट ले रहा है। अब हिंदुस्तान की अपनी नीति होगी, शिक्षा नीति होगी, वो नीति होगी जो भारत पर केंद्रित होगी और विश्व की इस प्रतिस्पर्धा में शीर्ष पर जाकर के दुनिया का मार्गदर्शन करेगी। ऐसे भारत की शिक्षा नीति के लिए क्या क्या सुझाव किसके हैं, सबके सुझाव मांगे। 2,25,000 से भी अधिक सुझाव हमको हमारे पब्लिक डोमेन में मिले और मुझे लगता है कि उसको सुझावों को हमने एक एक सुझाव का विश्लेषण किया, एक एक सुझाव का, और उसके बाद ये नई शिक्षा नीति आई है। मुझे इस बात को कहते हुए हर्ष होता है कि आज पूरी देश में उत्सव का वातावरण है। हिंदुस्तान में 99% लोगों ने इस शिक्षा नीति का स्वागत किया है, और क्यों ना हो स्वागत, हम पूरी ताकत के साथ इसको परिवर्तन के साथ लाए हैं। यदि ये देखें तो हम नीचे से ही स्कूली शिक्षा से हमने 10+2 को खत्म कर दिया, हम 5+3+3+4 लाए। हमने 3 वर्ष के बच्चे को भी, जिसमें 3 से 6 वर्ष के बच्चे को सीखने की जो वैज्ञानिकों का और हमारी कमेटी का जो डॉक्टर कस्तूरी रंगन जी की जो अध्यक्षता में ऐसे पद्मश्री, पद्म भूषण, पद्म विभूषण और इसरो के जो यशस्वी चेयरमैन रहे हैं, उनकी अध्यक्षता में जो ये कमेटी थी, उसकी कमेटी ने भी रिपोर्ट दी। हाँ, 3 वर्ष से 6 वर्ष के जो बच्चा है उसमें सीखने की सर्वाधिक प्रवृत्ति होती है और वो 85% तक उसके मस्तिष्क का विकास होता है। उस वक्त हमारी वो पूंजी है, हम वहीं से उसको पकड़ना चाहते हैं। खेल खेल में किस तरीके से उसकी जो अंदर की सारी बातों को बाहर लाना चाहते हैं और उसी की भाषा में स्थानीय प्रारंभिक शिक्षा अपनी उसकी मातृभाषा में होगी। मैं सुंदर पिचाई जी आपका धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। आपने कहा कि सभी को उनकी मातृभाषा में आप उसको सभी सूचनाएं उपलब्ध कराने का आपने संकल्प लिया है। मुझे भरोसा है, क्योंकि अपनी मातृभाषा में जो अभिव्यक्ति हो सकती है वो दूसरी भाषा में नहीं हो सकती है। और फिर मेरा तो देश, जिसमें 22 हमारे संविधान की अनुसूची 8 में तमिल, तेलुगु, मलयालम, कन्नड़, गुजराती, मराठी, बंगाली, हमारे उड़िया, संस्कृत, हिंदी, उर्दू, हमारे यहाँ असमिया, तो हमारे यहाँ इतनी खूबसूरत भाषाएं हैं। और ये केवल भाषाएं नहीं हैं, इनमें ज्ञान है, विज्ञान है, परंपराएं हैं, हमारे बहुत खूबसूरती समाई हुई है। इन भाषाओं को 22 भारतीय भाषाओं को सशक्त करने का हम लोगों का लक्ष्य है। और मैं दूसरी बात कहना चाहता हूँ, कुछ लोगों ने ये कहा कि आप मातृभाषा में प्रारंभिक शिक्षा देना चाहते हैं। हमने कहा हम प्रारंभिक की शिक्षा नहीं, जो प्रदेश उच्च शिक्षा तक भी अपनी मातृभाषा को रखना चाहता है उसको पूरी की पूरी छूट देना चाहते हैं। अपनी मातृभाषा में जिन लोगों के मनो मस्तिष्क में है कि कोई भाषा उनको ग्लोबल बनाती है, ऐसा नहीं है। जिन्होंने अपनी मातृभाषा में पढ़ाया, क्या जापान ने अपनी मातृभाषा में उच्च शिक्षा तक किया? जापान किसी देश से पीछे? इजराइल पीछे? अमेरिका पीछे? फ्रांस पीछे? जर्मनी पीछे? ये दुनिया के शीर्ष स्थानों पर पहुंचने वाले देश सब अपनी मातृभाषा में शिक्षा देते हैं। और इसलिए हमने इस हिंदुस्तान की उस खूबसूरती को अपनी मातृभाषा के माध्यम से शिखर तक पहुंचाने का ये संकल्प लिया है। इसलिए इस नई शिक्षा नीति में ये अपनी मातृभाषा से शुरू करेगा और हम भी दुनिया का पहला ऐसा देश होंगे जो स्कूली शिक्षा से ही जो कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पढ़ाने वाला दुनिया का हम पहले होंगे, जो 6वीं से स्कूली शिक्षा से शुरू करेंगे। और वो भी वोकेशनल स्ट्रीम के साथ, इंटर्नशिप के साथ करेंगे। दुनिया का ये पहला इस ढंग का देश होगा कि वो पहले से ही जब स्कूली शिक्षा से बाहर निकलेगा तो वो एक योद्धा की तरह, वो कहीं ऐसा नहीं लगेगा उसको, यदि वो किसी भी क्षेत्र में जाना चाहते तो जाए। वो कृषि के क्षेत्र में, वो प्रौद्योगिकी के क्षेत्र में, जिस क्षेत्र में जाना चाहता है उसके लिए पूरी छूट है। और इसीलिए ये जो आंगनवाड़ी से लेकर प्री स्कूल से लेकर के और आगे बढ़ने का, ये इसकी खूबसूरती है। हमने ये जो बुनियादी शिक्षा पर ज़्यादा जोर दिया है, ये शिक्षा ही नहीं, शिक्षण गतिविधियाँ और वोकेशनल स्ट्रीम, इन तीनों को जो खाई थी अलग अलग, इसको एक साथ जोड़ा है। ये इसकी खूबसूरती है। और शुरू से उसको किस तरीके से मातृभाषा और कंप्यूटर शिक्षा के साथ कैसे जोड़ा जा सकता है, और 360 डिग्री का होलिस्टिक उसका मूल्यांकन होगा। अब हम उसको रिपोर्ट कार्ड नहीं देंगे बल्कि प्रोग्रेस कार्ड देंगे। उसका जो मूल्यांकन होगा उसका अभिभावक भी करेगा, वो स्वयं अपना मूल्यांकन करेगा, उसका साथी उसका मूल्यांकन करेगा, उसका अध्यापक उसका मूल्यांकन करेगा, और तब जाके उसको लगेगा कि वो किधर खड़ा है। तो 360 डिग्री का जो होलिस्टिक उसका मूल्यांकन होगा, उसकी अपनी खूबसूरती होगी। और उच्च शिक्षा में भी जिस तरीके से हम लाएं, जो अभी आपके सुझाव आए हैं कि कैसे करके अंतर्राष्ट्रीय छात्रों को, हम लोगों ने कोई भी विषय ले सकते हैं, कभी भी ले सकते हैं, कभी भी स्कूल ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं, कभी भी छोड़ सकते हैं, फिर लौट करके आ सकते हैं। हमने किसी विषय में इंजीनियरिंग के साथ वो संगीत भी ले सकता है, विज्ञान के साथ वो साहित्य भी ले सकता है। वो उसकी इच्छा क्या है, वो किस शिखर तक अपने को बढ़ाना चाहता है, उठाना चाहता है, उसकी मनस्थिति किस में है, किस में वो ज्यादा प्रगति कर सकता है, ये हमारा हमेशा ध्यान रहा है। और इसलिए जहां वो उसको पूरे विषयों की छूट है, पूरा मैदान उसके लिए दिया है, वहीं यदि वो 4 वर्ष की डिग्री कोर्स है, परिस्थिति बस 2 वर्ष में वो छोड़ करके जाना जाता है, तो उसके 2 वर्ष पहले खराब हो जाते थे, या 1 वर्ष में छोड़ता है तो खराब हो जाता था। अब ऐसा नहीं होगा। वो यदि 1 वर्ष में छोड़ के जा रहा है तो उसको सर्टिफिकेट मिल जाएगा, 2 वर्ष में छोड़ के जा रहा है तो डिप्लोमा मिल जाएगा, 3 वर्ष में छोड़ के जा रहा है परिस्थिति बस तो उसको डिग्री मिल जाएगी। लेकिन यदि बीच में 1 वर्ष के बाद वो फिर आना चाहता है तो वो वहीं से शुरू कर सकता है, कोई रोक टोक नहीं होगी उस छात्र पर। उसका जो क्रेडिट बैंक बनाएंगे हम, उसी पर उसका जहां उसने छोड़ा था वो वहां से शुरू कर सकता है। ये इसकी खूबसूरती है। और इसलिए देश और दुनिया का छात्र अब इसका आनंद ले सकता है। और हमने उच्च शिक्षा में भी व्यापक परिवर्तन किया है। जो उच्च शिक्षा आयोग अभी हम लोग बनाएंगे, उस छतरी के नीचे एक तरफ पाठ्यक्रम का होगा, दूसरी तरफ उसका गुणवत्ता का मूल्यांकन का होगा, तीसरी तरफ उसके वित्तीय विषयों का होगा। हमने सभी को अलग अलग करके, लेकिन एक छत के नीचे जो कोई पाठ्यक्रम बनाएगा, तो उसको क्रियान्वित करेगा, कोई मूल्यांकन करेगा, कोई उसके वित्तीय व्यवस्था करेगा, इसके साथ लाए हैं। और जो शोध और अनुसंधान जो अभी चर्चा कर रहे थे, मैं भी पीछे के 1 साल 1.5 साल से मैंने अपने सभी संस्थाओं को देखा है, और मुझे लगा कि क्यूएस रैंकिंग में हमारी कहाँ कमी है, ये टाइम्स रैंकिंग में हमारी कहाँ कमी है। ये ठीक कहा गुप्ता जी ने, जो अभी चर्चा कर रहे थे कि हमारे बारे में धारणा बनाने की, ये इनके मानकों को देखा है। इसलिए मैंने क्यूएस रैंकिंग पर तमाम सवाल किए थे। आप जिस मानकों के आधार पर करते हैं उसको हिंदुस्तान की धरती पर खड़े होकर के करेंगे तो बाहर के लोग फेल हो जाएंगे। किससे पूछते हैं आप धारणा के बारे में साहब, किससे पूछते हैं आप केवल एक अवधारणा के नाम पर आप हमारे संस्थानों को पीछे पृष्ठभूमि में धकेलने की कोशिश करते हैं। इसलिए मैंने दोनों टाइम्स रैंकिंग को भी, क्यूएस रैंकिंग को भी कहा कि वो मानकों के आधार पर चेंज करें। और जो हिंदुस्तान 130 करोड़ लोगों का देश है, ये उसके आधार पर आप तो एक राज्य के बराबर उसका मानक बनाते हैं। आप उस जनसंख्या और उस व्यापकता के आधार पर भी बनाए ना। हाँ, कुछ चीजों में कोई आगे हो सकते हैं, लेकिन समग्रता में आज भी हिंदुस्तान आगे है। और यदि यहाँ की शिक्षा उच्च नहीं होती तो अभी मैंने कहा, चाहे गूगल का सीईओ हो, चाहे माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का सीईओ हो, वो तमाम और आप सारे लोग बैठे हुए हैं, यदि वहीं की शिक्षा बहुत अच्छी होती तो मेरा जो आज खड़गपुर आज अपने पूरी विश्व में फैले अपने पूर्व छात्रों के साथ उत्सव मना रहा है और संकल्प ले रहा है आज कि हम इसको नई शिक्षा नीति को लेकर के विश्व में भारत का नाम उठाएंगे। आज आप सब दुनिया में छाए हुए। ऐसा नहीं है कि मेरी शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता कमी है। हाँ, जो कमी है उसको दूर करेंगे। अब ये नई शिक्षा नीति इसीलिए आ रही है। इसलिए हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन, जिसमें प्रति वर्ष हम 20,000 करोड़ से भी अधिक पैसा खर्च करेंगे, और प्रधानमंत्री के प्रधान वैज्ञानिक सलाहकार की अध्यक्षता में शोध और अनुसंधान की संस्कृति को हम तेजी से खड़ा करना चाह रहे हैं। और ऐसा नहीं कि अभी भी हम अनुसंधान में पीछे हैं। हम अनुसंधान में जहां इस पार के तहत 127 शीर्ष दुनिया के विश्वविद्यालयों के साथ हम पारस्परिक जो है अनुसंधान कर रहे हैं, स्ट्राइट के साथ हम एक दूसरी जो है संस्थाओं के साथ कर रहे हैं, हम स्टार्स के साथ वैज्ञानिक क्षेत्र में कर रहे हैं, हम इम्प्रिंट हो चाहे इम्प्रेस हो, हम विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में अपना शोध और अनुसंधान में अब तेजी से बदलता जा रहा है भारत। और इसलिए जो अभी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय उस पर आपने ज्ञान और ज्ञान प्लस की बात की है, ज्ञान में हम दुनिया के जितने फैकल्टी उसको हिंदुस्तान में आमंत्रित कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अब हम ज्ञान प्लस में हमारी जो फैकल्टी है हिंदुस्तान की उसको भी हम दुनिया में भेजेंगे। तो ज्ञान और ज्ञान प्लस के तहत आदान और प्रदान करेंगे। मुझे ये कहते हुए खुशी है कि आसियान देशों के 1000 से भी अधिक छात्र आज हमारे IIT में यहाँ अनुसंधान के लिए आ गए हैं। उनके साथ पूरा हमारा MOU हो गया है। बहुत तेजी से स्टडी इन इंडिया को हम ब्रांड बनाएंगे। बहुत तेजी से दुनिया के लोग आ रहे हैं और कुछ चीज तो हमारी अपनी है जो दुनिया में नहीं है, हम उसको शीर्ष पर लेकर के जाएंगे। मुझे मालूम है जब यूनेस्को में मैं पीछे के समय में गया था तो दुनिया के 191-92 देशों ने जब उसमें सहभागिता की थी तो कुछ चीज़ों को हमने अपने उसमें रखा था। जब सत्र वो खत्म हुआ था तो यूनेस्को की DG ने कहा था कि डॉक्टर निशंक आपकी कुछ ये जो चीज़ें हैं ये दुनिया के लिए खूबसूरत हैं, इनको और विकसित किया जाना चाहिए। अभी जब वो हिंदुस्तान की धरती पर आई थी तो हमने उसको और शुरुआत की है ताकि हिंदुस्तान में पूरी दुनिया के लोग स्टडी इन इंडिया के तहत आ सके। अभी भी 50,000 से अधिक रजिस्ट्रेशन हो गए हैं इस कोविड के दौरान भी। लेकिन हमने दूसरा स्टे इन इंडिया भी किया है। ये जो प्रतिवर्ष 7 से 8 लाख बच्चे बाहर जाते हैं पूरी दुनिया में, लगभग शायद इस समय पूरी 7 से 8 लाख बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं और मेरे देश का लगभग 1.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया विदेशों में चला जाता है। मेरे देश की प्रतिभा भी और मेरे देश का पैसा भी क्यों मेरे देश के काम नहीं आएगा? और इसलिए ये जो नई शिक्षा नीति है वो केवल मनुष्य को मशीन नहीं बनाएगी बल्कि हम एक अच्छा नागरिक होने के साथ विश्व मानव भी बनाएंगे, हर क्षेत्र में आगे ले जाएंगे। इसलिए अपने मूल्यों की शिक्षा भी देंगे। हमने खूबसूरत इंसान जो भगवान की जो सबसे खूबसूरत देन है और जिसके आधार पर कुछ बिंदु तो ऐसे थे जो कि यूनान, मिस्र, रोमा सब मिट गए जहां से अब तक, मगर है बाकी नामो निशा हमारा। और कुछ बात है कि हस्ती मिटती नहीं हमारी, कुछ तो बात है। जो वो कुछ बात है हमको जिंदा करना है, हमको बिखेरनी है पूरी दुनिया के लिए, मानवता के लिए हम पैदा हुए हैं, इसको हम कभी नहीं भूलते हैं। इसलिए हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने, आपने देखा होगा पीछे के समय कहा जब कोरोना के संकट से पूरी दुनिया गुजर रही थी तो उन्होंने हमारे नौजवानों से कहा कि ऐसे अवसर पर आप क्या कर सकते हैं, आप बताइए आप क्या कर सकते हैं। और उस चुनौती को उन्होंने कहा था कि जब कोई चुनौती होती है और उसका ठीक मुकाबला होता है तो वो अवसरों में तब्दील होती है, और हमारे छात्रों ने किया। मुझे खुशी है कि जहाँ खड़गपुर आज इसको संयोजित कर रहा है, चाहे मेरा खड़गपुर हो, चाहे मेरा दिल्ली हो, चाहे उधर पहाड़ों पे असम की पहाड़ियों पर हो रहने वाला मेरा IIT हो, चाहे मुंबई का हो, चाहे वो चेन्नई का हो, चाहे कानपुर का हो, एक से एक अद्भुत सोच के युक्ति पोर्टल पर आप जाइए। थोड़ा सा मेरा अनुरोध है आप लोगों को, आपको लगेगा कि हमारे इन सारे IITs ने, हिंदुस्तान के IITs ने, जब लोग अपने घरों में रहे होंगे तब मेरे अध्यापक और मेरे छात्र प्रयोगशालाओं में अनुसंधान कर रहे थे। ड्रोन बनाए हमने जो है मास्क बनाए, हमने टेस्टिंग किट बनाए, हम लोगों ने वेंटिलेटर बनाए और सस्ते प्रभावी टेस्टिंग किट तो दुनिया में हमने नंबर 1 खिताब लिया है भी उसका। और इसलिए मैं समझता हूं कि हिंदुस्तान में ताकत है, इसको जरा संयोजित करने की जरूरत थी। वो हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बहुत ताकत के साथ उसको संयोजित किया है। और आप देखिए हिंदुस्तान तेजी से करवट बदल रहा है इसी नई शिक्षा नीति के तहत। जहां नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन की बात की, वहीं टेक्नोलॉजी में, प्रौद्योगिकी में हम नए कितना अनुसंधान के साथ कैसे बढ़ सकते हैं, इससे नेशनल एजुकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी फोरम का भी हम गठन कर रहे हैं इस नई शिक्षा नीति के तहत, ताकि पूरी दुनिया में हमारी प्रौद्योगिकी, हमारे छात्रों की जो उपयोगिता है वो पूरी दुनिया उसकी खुशबू ले, आगे बढ़े, वो राष्ट्र की भी आधारशिला पर खड़े होकर के उसको आगे बढ़ा सके। तो मुझे लगता है अभी आपने जिस ढंग से चर्चा की है, आपकी बात सही है। विदेशी छात्रों, हमने IOE जिसमें अभी विट्स पिलानी के कुलपति अभी बोल रहे थे, हमने 20 ऐसे IOE बनाए हैं जो विश्व के शिखर पर जाएंगे और मैं स्वयं उसकी समीक्षा करता हूं। मुझे खुशी है और मुझे आशा भी है कि हम पूरे विश्व में अपने इन संस्थानों को बहुत आगे बढ़ाएंगे। और आज भी ऐसा नहीं, हम तेजी से आगे यदि वो अवधारणा के एक मानक को खत्म कर दें तो हम बहुत आगे हैं। कुछ क्षेत्रों में तो दुनिया में हम आगे हैं। और अब तो जो ये प्रवेश राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 आई है, इसमें पूरा मैदान हिंदुस्तान 5 सालों में लगेगा कि पूरी दुनिया में मेरा हिंदुस्तान छाने वाला है। और इसलिए मुझे भरोसा है, अभी हमने विश्व स्तर के, ताकि स्टे इन इंडिया, मेरा जो छात्र है वो यहाँ रुक सके, दुनिया के शीर्ष जो 100 विश्वविद्यालय हैं उनको हमने अपनी धरती पर आमंत्रित करने के लिए सुनिश्चित करेंगे। और जो हमारे शीर्ष विश्वविद्यालय हैं वो भी दुनिया में जा करके आदान प्रदान करेंगे। यह हम लोगों ने किया है। अभी भी NIRF के तहत, क्योंकि आपको मालूम है कि एक है पूरी दुनिया जिस तरीके से कोरोना के संकट से होकर के गुजरी है, अचानक हमारे भी देश पर आया। 25 से 30 करोड़ छात्रों को रात रात में ऑनलाइन पर लाना, ये भी शायद विश्व का पहला रिकॉर्ड होगा। कोई सोच नहीं सकता, अन्यथा वो बच्चे और अभिभावक किस सीमा तक का अवसाद में जाते कोई कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकता है। और इसलिए अब हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा 1 नेशन 1 डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म, एक राह, और उसके पीछे हम बहुत तेजी से दौड़े। हमारे स्वयं और स्वयं प्रभा, चाहे दीक्षा है और चाहे ई पाठशाला है, चाहे NDL है, हम तेजी से उस क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे हैं। और इस पे भी हम बहुत आगे। आप सबसे मैं अनुरोध जरूर करूंगा, आप पूरी दुनिया में, देश और दुनिया में छा रहे हैं। अब आपकी जो ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत है और जो 21वीं सदी का जो स्वर्णिम भारत है, इसकी आधारशिला आपके हाथों से होकर के गुजरनी है। और हमारे लिए बहुत सुखद अवसर है कि हम इस पीढ़ी के, और जो नई शिक्षा नीति, जो राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020, वो हमसे होकर के गुजरेगी। हम एक नया इतिहास लिखना जाते हैं, जो हम सब लोग मिलकर के इस प्रयास में अपनी सहभागिता कर रहे हैं। तो मुझे भरोसा है कि जिस तरीके से हम लोगों ने इस बीच भी किया है और आगे तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं। हाँ, उच्च शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में जो वित्त पोषण का है, हमने हीफा के तहत 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का जो प्राविधान किया है और वित्त पोषण करेंगे हम। प्राइवेट जो आपने चिंता व्यक्त की, मैं सहमत हूँ पूरी तरीके से। मैं देख रहा हूँ कि जब अभी पीछे के दिनों में इसरो में गया था, तो इसरो के चेयरमैन ने बताया जो 105 जो हमने सैटेलाइट छोड़े थे, उपग्रह छोड़े थे, उसमें कई जो है उपग्रह हमारे प्राइवेट संस्थानों के थे, ये डीम्ड विश्वविद्यालयों के थे बहुत सारे। तो उस क्षेत्र में हमारे लोग उस सीमा तक का काम कर रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं है। और इसलिए उनकी क्षमताओं को और विकसित करने के लिए जो हीपा है, जो हीपा के तहत जो ये उच्च शिक्षा का वित्त पोषण जो एजेंसी है, उस एजेंसी को और हम विस्तार देने के लिए भी विचार कर रहे हैं। मुझे भरोसा है कि हम निश्चित रूप में इस दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। और लेकिन मुझे खुशी है कि आप सब लोग आज इस शिक्षा नीति को लेकर के परामर्श कर रहे हैं और उत्सव मना रहे हैं। और मेरे पूर्व छात्र जो खड़गपुर के हैं, इस डायरेक्टर को मैं इसके लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने एक बहुत अच्छी पहल की है। आज लगभग 8 से 10 देश जो दुनिया के हैं, उन्होंने इच्छा व्यक्त की है कि हम हिंदुस्तान की NEP को लेना चाहते हैं। और इसलिए जो ये NEP है, ये इंडियन भी होगी, इंडियन भी है, ये इंटरनेशनल भी है, ये इंटरएक्टिव भी है, तो इम्पैक्टफुल भी है और इंक्लूसिव भी है। और यदि आप देखेंगे तो इक्विटी, क्वालिटी और एक्सेस, इन तीनों की आधारशिला पर ये खड़ी है। इसको काम कंटेंट भी हमारा अपना होगा और पेटेंट भी हमारा अपना होगा, लेकिन इसके पीछे नेशन फर्स्ट और कैरेक्टर मस्ट, ये भी हम भूले नहीं है। हमारी आधारशिला हमारे संस्कारों पर भी है। और इसीलिए जो भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की बात की है, उसको भी हमने इससे जोड़ा है। मुझे भरोसा है कि गांव से लेकर के ग्लोबल तक जाने की क्षमता रखने वाली जो नई शिक्षा नीति है, राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020, आप जैसे लोग जो बिखरे हुए हैं पूरी दुनिया में, आप अलग अलग स्थानों पर आज जब हम जाएंगे वापस, जहां भी से अपने कामों में हम व्यस्त होंगे, अपने मन मस्तिष्क में 2 से 3 वेबिनार, सेमिनार, चर्चा, परिचर्चा लोगों के साथ जरूर करेंगे। इसकी खुशबू दुनिया तक महकनी चाहिए। और मेरा भरोसा है कि जिस तरीके का परिवेश पूरे देश के अंदर इस नई शिक्षा नीति को लेकर के बना है, लोगों में, छात्रों में, अभिभावकों में बहुत उत्सव है, उल्लास है। और दुनिया के देशों में उल्लास है। मेरे को तो दुनिया के देशों के एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर का जब फोन आता है, खुशी में फोन आता है कि अद्भुत आपने ये नीति बनाई है, हम भी अपने देश के अंदर जो है, और कौन देश अपनी जड़ों से नहीं जुड़ना चाहेगा। और हमारी जड़ें तो पूरी दुनिया के लिए हैं, हमारे संस्कार पूरी दुनिया के हैं। जैसे मैंने पहले भी कहा कि हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की भावनाओं वाले देश हैं, हम पूरी दुनिया के लिए जीते हैं। हम ओम सेना भवतु सैनो भवतु करते हैं। हम कहा अरुण यहाँ मधुमय देश हमारा, जहाँ पहुँच अनजान क्षितिज को मिलता एक सहारा। पूरी दुनिया के लोगों को सहारा देने वाला देश है ये, और इसलिए इस देश की ताकत चाहिए। इस देश की ताकत है जो बिखरी हुई थी, आप समेटने की जरूरत, समय आ गया है कि आप सब लोग एकजुट, जिस दिन पूरा देश तो दुनिया में छाई, हमारे ये प्रमुख लोग इकट्ठा हो जाएंगे, उस दिन देश अपने आप ही करवट लेगा और पूरे विश्व में उसके शिखर तक पहुंचेगा। मैं इस अवसर पर आप सब लोगों को जो IIT खड़गपुर ने एक बहुत अच्छा उत्सव का ये कार्यक्रम बनाया है, मैं बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूँ, मैं शुभकामना देना चाहता हूँ। और मैं लास्ट में अनुरोध करना चाहूँगा कि हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अभी एक नया, उनके अगुवाई में उन्होंने कहा कि हम कोरोना को हराएंगे, और इस कोरोना को हराने के लिए सबके साथ उन्होंने कहा कि अब संकल्प लेंगे, और उनके अगुवाई में पूरा देश एकजुट हो गया है। और कोरोना की इस जो महामारी है, इस अवसर पर ये जो संकट है, इसका मुकाबला करने के लिए उन्होंने संकल्प लिया है। तो मैं ज़रूर चाहूँगा डायरेक्टर तिवारी जी कि हम सब लोग, यदि आपकी अनुमति हो तो हम अध्यक्ष जी की अनुमति हो तो हम सब लोग खड़े होकर के, जो मेरे देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमको प्रतिज्ञा करवाई है, वो हम अपना अपना नाम लेकर के और खड़े होकर के इस प्रतिज्ञा को हम एक बार संकल्प लेंगे तो मुझे खुशी होगी। और मैं इधर से पढ़ रहा हूँ, आप लोग अपने नाम लेने के साथ साथ इसको आप बोलेंगे तो मुझे खुशी होगी जी। प्रतिज्ञा है कि मैं अपना नाम ले सकते हैं। मैं संकल्प लेता हूँ जी कि मैं कोविड-19 के बारे में,
कोविड-19 के बारे में
सतर्क रहूंगा और मुझे और मेरे साथियों को इससे जुड़े खतरे को हमेशा ध्यान में रखूंगा। मैं इस घातक विषाणु के प्रसार को रोकने संबंधी सभी आवश्यक सावधानियां बरतने का वचन देता हूं। मैं कोविड से जुड़े आचार व्यवहार का अनुसरण करने और दूसरों को भी इसके लिए प्रोत्साहित करने का वचन देता हूँ। मैं सदैव मास्क फेस कवर पहनूंगा। विशेषकर सार्वजनिक स्थलों पर मैं दूसरों से कम से कम 2 गज की दूरी बनाकर रखूंगा। मैं अपने हाथों को नियमित रूप से और अच्छी तरह साबुन और पानी से धोऊंगा। हम सब एक साथ मिलकर कोविड-19 के खिलाफ इस लड़ाई को जीतेंगे। मैं आप सबका अभिवादन करता हूं और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार सर। हम लोग
जेटली जी
या ओके, तिवारी जी आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? मैं वोट ऑफ थैंक्स करूं?
नहीं, आपको थैंक्स देना है
जी
मंत्री जी को और सब। यस,
आदरणीय मंत्री जी, आपका आशीर्वचन सुन करके बहुत ही आनंद आ गया। एकदम जो ये बात भेद हो रहे हैं, लगता है वो काले होने के लिए तैयारी कर रहे हैं सर, और जोश पूरी तरह से आ गया है काम करने के लिए। हम पहले भी लगे हुए हैं, और हमसे भी जो सीनियर है रान गुप्ता जी, जो इस समय लगभग 3 बज रहे होंगे अर्ली मॉर्निंग यूएसए के, उनसे भी हम प्रेरणा लेते रहते हैं। मतलब के पूरे समझ लीजिए बहुत ही लोगों में जोश है हिंदुस्तान के लिए कुछ करने का। और मोदी जी और आप जैसे लोग जब इस देश के लिए इतना काम कर रहे हैं, सिर्फ 3 या 4 घंटे मुश्किल से सोते हैं, तो हमें भी लगता है हमें भी कुछ करना चाहिए। और हम भी कहते हैं कि थकावट शब्द जो है अपनी डिक्शनरी से निकाल दो, काम करते रहोगे तो कभी थकोगे नहीं। आपके वचन सुन करके आपने इतिहास के बारे भी बताया कि हिंदुस्तान का कितना उच्च इतिहास था, एनईपी के बारे भी बताया और भविष्य के बारे भी बताया कि आगे क्या क्या संभावनाएं हैं। इस सब को सुन करके बहुत ही अच्छा लगा, और मैं आपका बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने अपने इतने व्यस्त समय में से भी समय निकालकर हम सबों के बीच में आए और हम सबको इसके बारे में जानकारी दी और हमारा प्रोत्साहन बढ़ाया। मैं थोड़ी सी चीज एक बताना चाहूंगा आपको। आईआईटियंस बहुत क्षेत्रों में काम कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पर सभी आईआईटीज के लोग उपस्थित हैं, प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशंस के लोग उपस्थित हैं इस सेमिनार में, और इवन इंडस्ट्री से भी कुछ लोग उपस्थित हैं, जो सब इसको सफल बनाना चाहते हैं इस चीज को कि हिंदुस्तान में फिर वही नालंदा और विश्वविद्यालय जो तक्षशिला वगैरह थे वो पूरी की पूरी जो गरिमा थी उसको पुनर्स्थापित किया जाए। हिंदुस्तान में आज ऐसी पॉसिबिलिटी है कि हम $20 बिलियन प्रति वर्ष कमा सकते हैं अगर पूरे तौर से दुनिया से हिंदुस्तान में लोग आना शुरू हो जाएं। और जबकि आज हमारे $16 बिलियन बाहर जा रहे हैं हिंदुस्तान से, जो हमारे लोग छोटे छोटे कॉलेजेस, छोटी छोटी यूनिवर्सिटी पढ़ने के लिए जाते हैं। तो जब NEP 2020 के द्वारा हमारा स्तर ऊपर बढ़ेगा तो ऑब्वियसली वो $16 बिलियन भी कम होगा जो बाहर जा रहा है, और जो आने वाला $20 बिलियन है वो भी धीरे धीरे $20 बिलियन तक पहुंचना चाहिए, ऐसी हमें संभावना है। तो मैं सबका धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा। आपका धन्यवाद, अपने अमित खरे जी का धन्यवाद, रान गुप्ता जी का विशेषकर धन्यवाद, यूएस कंसुलेट मैडम पैटी हॉफमैन भी आई थी 4th सेशन में, और मेरी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी हमारी जो रही है उसके विशेषकर स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम वारुदू जी, राजा जी, सुकुमार जी, प्रोफेसर सुब्रतो फ्रॉम IIT खड़गपुर और उनकी पूरी टीम, जिसमें अपने प्रोफेसर देसाई भी हैं, शंकर जी भी हैं, शिवशंकर, श्रेयोशी घोष, श्रुति, और उनके साथ उनके डिप्टी डायरेक्टर साहब श्रीमन भट्टाचार्य जी। ऑफ कोर्स एवरीबॉडी इज बीइंग लेड बाय VK तिवारी जी। यहाँ पर सर मैं आपको एक बात बताना चाहूंगा, ये पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है कि इस टाइप का एक इतना बड़ा फंक्शन पूरी कोलैबोरेशन के साथ बिटवीन IIT खड़गपुर और IIT खड़गपुर एलुमनी फाउंडेशन के साथ मिलकर के हुआ हो। आज तक जितने भी फंक्शन होते थे या हम एलुमनी वाले करते थे और डायरेक्टर साहब आ जाते थे गेस्ट बन करके और बातचीत हुई और चले गए। इसी तरह से हम जाते थे IIT खड़गपुर एलुमनी का फंक्शन हुआ, अटेंड किया और चले आए। इस बार ये पूरा का पूरा वेबिनार पूरा ऐसे एकदम कोलैबोरेशन के साथ हुआ है, जबरदस्त। ऑलमोस्ट उनका और हमारा पूरा योगदान जबरदस्त, और साथ में यूएस फाउंडेशन जो है हमारी इंडिया IIT खड़गपुर की, उनका भी जबरदस्त योगदान रहा। PanIIT फाउंडेशन का योगदान रहा, इंडिया का भी और PanIIT USA का भी, सब ने मिलकर के इस प्रोग्राम को सफल बनाया। सर ये पहली बार यूनिक प्रोग्राम हुआ है मेरे विचार से, जबकि इन सब का इतना अच्छा कोलैबोरेशन हुआ। और इसके अलावा मैं अपना धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि इतने जबरदस्त जो आइडियाज आए वो ऐसा संभव नहीं था जब तक कि हमारे पैनलिस्ट इसमें अपने विचार ना रखते। तो उसके लिए मैं प्रमोद जैन जी BHU के, सुधीर दन जी IIT गांधीनगर के, प्रोफेसर TG सीताराम IIT गुवाहाटी के, प्रोफेसर ऋषिकेश कृष्ण IIM बेंगलोर के, प्रोफेसर MK सुरुपा वाइस चांसलर अन्ना यूनिवर्सिटी के, शिविक भट्टाचार्य वाइस चांसलर बिट्स पिलानी, संदीप संचेती SRM के वाइस चांसलर्स, R गोपाल जी DY पाटिल यूनिवर्सिटी, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर S वाद्या शास्त्रा यूनिवर्सिटी, प्रदीप खोसला जी USA से, गीता मेहता जी USA से, प्रभात हजेला जी USA से और पृथ बनर्जी, इन सब ने अपने अपने ज्ञानवान शब्दों के साथ इस वेबिनार को एकदम सफल बनाया है। इसके अलावा सर हमने लोगों से ईमेल के ऊपर भी सजेशन मांगे थे, बिकॉज सब लोगों को तो समय नहीं मिल सकता स्क्रीन पे आकर के बोलने के लिए, और इतने लोग हैं जिनके विचार में बहुत आइडियाज हैं। तो उनके भी हमने व्यूज मंगाए हैं ईमेल के थ्रू। उनको भी हम जो बुकलेट बनाएंगे रिकमेंडेशंस का, उनके व्यूज भी हम उसमें छापेंगे अलॉन्ग विद दिस रिकमेंडेशन, और वो आपके हम प्रेजेंट करेंगे अगले कुछ दिनों के अंदर अंदर उस बुकलेट को बना करके। तो मैं इन सब का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। तो मुझे लगता है अब स्टडी इन इंडिया का ड्रीम जो है वो मेक इन इंडिया की तरह वो भी एकदम जबरदस्त सफल होगा आपकी अध्यक्षता में। और हम सब जितने भी रिटायर्ड, मैं सो कॉल्ड कहता हूं, जो अपने अपने मेन काम से रिटायर हो चुके हैं लेकिन दे आर फीलिंग यंग, दे कैन कंट्रीब्यूट। एक टास्क फोर्स बनाई जा सकती है स्पेशलिस्ट काम के लिए, टास्क फोर्स। उस टास्क फोर्स के जो छोटे छोटे सेल्स हैं वो सभी यूनिवर्सिटीज में बने, छोटे छोटे, प्राइवेट में भी और सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटी में भी, और फिर सेंट्रल लेवल पे आपके अंडर एक टास्क फोर्स बने, तो ये काम बड़ी ही तेजी से आगे बढ़ सकता है। तो उस टास्क फोर्स को बनाना बहुत जरूरी होगा जिसमें काफी लोग मिले, और फिर महीने या 2 महीने के बाद उनकी एक एक मीटिंग हो तो इसको आगे बढ़ाया जा सकता है। ऐसी मेरी आपसे सुझाव है, और मुझे आशा है कि आप इसमें सब लोगों का सहयोग लेना चाहेंगे, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं होनी चाहिए। अब चूंकि इस बार ये कोलैबोरेशन का प्रोग्राम था जबरदस्त, आईआईटी फाउंडेशन और आईआईटी खड़गपुर, मैं अगर रिक्वेस्ट करूं आईआईटी खड़गपुर के डिप्टी डायरेक्टर साहब श्रीमन भट्टाचार्य जी से कि जनाब आप भी 2 शब्द जरा वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के बोल दें तो बहुत ही अच्छा होगा। श्रीमन भट्टाचार्य जी।
नमस्कार जयत्र जी, सभी को नमस्कार। मंत्री जी नमस्कार। हम इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार जो कल शुरू किए थे उसका अंतिम पर्याय में आ पहुँचे। सबसे पहले मैं मंत्री जी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ आईआईटी खड़गपुर के पक्ष से। आप कल इनॉग्रल प्रोग्राम में आने वाले थे लेकिन कई प्रोग्राम के लिए आप ना आ पाए, लेकिन आज आए, हमारे बीच में आए और आपका विचार रखे, आपका मार्गदर्शन अपने सुनाएं। इसी के लिए हम आपका बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। धन्यवाद मंत्री जी। Now that we have come to the end of international webinar on the topic India, the global destination for higher education, post National Education Policy 2020. I think we had a very intense discussion over these last 2 days, over 4 sessions. Now, इसके लिए मैं सबसे पहले तो I convey my gratitude and thanks to our alumni body, PanIIT India and PanIIT USA, and the leaders Baradu Sesamani, Ron Gupta, and Commander Jetli. And Commander Jetli happens to be the chairman of this webinar. And सभी को हम धन्यवाद देता हूँ that you along with us, along with IIT Kharagpur, we could initiate this program, organize this program, and complete it successfully. That's most important. And along with that, I would like to take the name of Professor Sukumar Rangachari, Mr. Raja Venkat, who came forward to be associated with this program and take it forward. As it has been stated कि हमारा ये 4 सेशन में ये पूरा प्रोग्राम कार्यक्रम को डिवाइड किया गया था। सेशन 1 जो था कि स्टेटस ऑफ गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस इन अट्रैक्टिंग फॉरेन स्टूडेंट्स, जिसमें हमारा प्रोफेसर प्रमोद के जैन डायरेक्टर IIT BHU मॉडरेटर थे और उसमें भाग लिए थे प्रोफेसर सुधीर जैन डायरेक्टर IIT गांधीनगर, प्रोफेसर TG सीताराम डायरेक्टर IIT गुवाहाटी, Professor R.T. Krishnan, Director IIM Bangalore, and Professor M.K. Surappa, Vice Chancellor, Anna University. And इसके बारे में of course already Professor Jain ने इसका summarize किए हैं जो discussion हुए थे। उसके बाद session 2 was moderated by Professor Souvik Bhattacharya, Vice Chancellor BITS Pilani, and the panelists were Dr. R. Gopal, Director D.Y. Patil School of Management, Professor Vaidya Subramaniam, Vice Chancellor Shastra Deemed University, Professor Sandeep Sancheti, Vice Chancellor SRM University. इसके बारे में भी प्रोफेसर भट्टाचार्य ने उनका सामरी बताया आज। थर्ड सेशन जो था which was chaired by Professor Geeta Mehta from Columbia University, and panelists were Professor Pradeep Khosla, Professor Prabhat Hajela and Professor Preet Banerjee. And also it was a very intense discussion that had happened, that how the internationalization can happen and how the exchange of students can happen between two countries. And in the fourth session, it was chaired by Professor Tiwari, and the panelists were our Secretary, Ministry of Education, Government of India, Amit Khareji, Anil Sahasrabudheji, Chairman AICT, and Ms. Patti Huffman, Consul General, US, Kolkata. And this session also was very nicely discussed about the education policy, and more so it came out that how the effective implementation is going to happen, and that's very important for this Rashtriya Niti to be implemented. On behalf of IIT Kharagpur, on my personal behalf, I extend my gratefulness and thankfulness to each one of you who have participated and deliberated on this program, and to show us the path that how effectively this national education policy can be implemented. And lastly, I must thank not only the organizers and the panelists, but to make this program successful, a large contingent of people who are actively working behind the scenes for a long time. I must thank them all. And towards this, I like to thank our team from IIT Kharagpur, our Dean of Alumni Affairs, Professor Subrata Chattopadhyay, our Associate Dean, Professor Surjyo Pal, and other colleagues, Professor Haimanti Banerjee, and other faculty members who were associated with this. The team members from our alumni group, Ms. Alolika, Ms. Shruti, and many others who have joined the program and conducted the program. Alolika, in fact, compared the program from the very beginning. And this, as we are saying that under this pandemic, we have learned a lot. Many things have been taught to us, particularly how we can go online. And the whole program, these 2 days that we have conducted, entirely online and without a single technical glitch. That shows that how capable we are, how competent we are. And behind the scene, the whole technical group who is working, I like to convey my sincere thanks and gratitude to my technical team over here at IIT Kharagpur, led by Mr. Shiv Shankar Das and supported by members like Ramu, Manavendra, Saurabh Sahu, Saurabh Bhattacharya, Shiva Prasad, and others. I think, and the last but not the least, that I must thank all our colleagues, our students, and different participants who have watched this program through YouTube or Facebook, and I'm sure that they are immensely benefited out of this discussion. And we all pledge that yes, we like to win over COVID-19 and take this national education policy forward. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Namaskar and Jai Hind.
Now, as normally we do, everybody is requested for a cup of tea, apni chai, apna samosa, and we can have a normal chat if required. So thank you very much, everybody. Amit Khare ji, धन्यवाद बहुत आपका बहुत जबरदस्त सपोर्ट रहा. So Ran ji, धन्यवाद. Raghvendra ji, thank you. Sukumar ji, you were great.
Hello.
And
yeah, thanks to everyone, friends. Now we are quitting. Thank you very much, Amit Khare ji. Everybody whom I can see here, Ron at 3:30 a.m. there. Thank you very much from our whole team. I am grateful to the whole team of IIT Kharagpur who had done this thing. In fact, I have done nothing, but these are the people who have made it success from IIT Kharagpur. I am grateful to all of you and to my team. Thank you very much. Alvida.